All right, good morning. And we want to welcome you, viewers and commissioners, to the full commission meeting for April, our season settings preview. This is all new to us, so everyone please bear with us, whether you're watching as a member of the public or a commissioner. It's definitely going to be a touch and go. We may have a few glitches, and we just ask that you bear with us. Viewers and commissioners, we are going to start with our normal way, and we're going to begin with a prayer and pledge. And, if you will, all remove your hats and bow your heads, and I'll lead us in the prayer and then the pledge. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this day. We're thankful for all you've blessed us with, for our health especially. God, as we go through these trying times, I just pray that you'd be with our country, be with our leaders, our president. Lord, I just pray for our governor today, Governor Bill Lee. I pray that you'd give him the guidance that he needs to make these big decisions he's been having to make on a daily basis. Lord, I pray for this commission. Lord, I pray that everything that's done today would be to your approval. I can't think of any greater challenge than to try and manage your resource that you've given us. And Lord, I pray for this agency, pray for Director Carter. God, I just pray that you would give him the wisdom he needs, as he's been having to make decisions on a daily basis too, due to the COVID-19. Lord, I pray for our members of the public. God, I pray that you would be with them. We just ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen. If you would all join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Once again, I'd just like to welcome you all to the meeting. I'm going to ask Danette if she would to she can actually see the roll. Danette, could you let us know how many are on here?
I'm on now.
Okay.
Angie Box. Jim Ripley.
Commissioners, you will have to unmute your microphone.
Jim Ripley.
Here.
Dennis Gardner.
Here.
Jimmy Granberry.
Here.
Steve Jones.
Here.
Connie King.
Here.
Tony Sanders.
Here.
James Stroud.
Here.
Kent Woods.
Here.
Tommy Woods. Hank Wright.
Here.
Brian McLaren.
Here.
Kurt Holbert.
Here.
Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Danette. Most of you, if you've all seen in your emails the copy of the last meeting we had, which was back in February. So I need a motion for approval of those minutes, and I'm going to call on James Stroud. James, would you make that motion?
So moved.
Hank, would you second that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carried, Danette. We'll do our budget committee votes by roll call, but not that approval of minutes. As far as announcements, I don't have any. I'm sure that we will have by the end of the meeting, but I will tell you the May meeting is scheduled for May the 29th, and we hope to do that in person to actually vote on season settings. We're going to go right into the budget committee meeting. Commissioner Woods is not on yet. So I'm going to call on Colonel Darren Ryder, our boating and law enforcement chief, he's going to give all three expansions and then we'll vote with one motion.
Oh, we got audio. Thank you, Commissioner. The Boating and Law Enforcement Division is going to bring forth today 3 requests for budget expansion. The first request is for $900,000, and that's for the Clean Vessel Act grant program. This is 100% federal money, and the match is provided by the recipient. This money will be used for construction, renovation, and maintenance of pump out stations at marinas throughout Tennessee. The second one is going to be $200,000 for a big project, which is a boating infrastructure grant program. And this is earmarked for the Sultree landing, which is there in Knoxville, which is on the North Shore across from the University of Tennessee campus. And this is going to be used to build 20 transient docks for boats greater than 26 feet, so boaters can stop and enjoy the North Shore of the city of Knoxville. The third one is another $200,000 boating infrastructure grant program, and this one's going to be for the Tennessee Department of Conservation, and earmarked for the Parish Landing State Park Marina. Again, 100% federal money. It's on Parish Landing State Park Marina. They're doing a whole new renovation there on Kentucky Lake, and this money will be used to replace an 8-foot by 200-foot ADA accessible transient dock, which would also include 2 8-foot by 48-foot counterbalance platforms. And that's all I have, so I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Colonel Ryder. I'm going to give just a minute to see if anybody has any questions. I know Commissioner Woods has joined us now on the phone. I'm glad he's able to join us. But does anybody have any questions about the 3 budget expansions? If not, we're going to vote on all 3 at once. It'll be for a total budget expansion of $1.3 million if you include them all. I need a motion and a second. Commissioner Gardner, would you make that motion?
Motion to approve all 3.
I need a second. I know Commissioner Ripley's not muted. Commissioner Ripley, would you second that?
I second.
Okay. Danette, would you do a roll call vote, please? And everyone give a little bit of time for your mic to unmute before you vote, please.
Angie Box,
Yes, aye.
Jim Ripley,
Aye.
Dennis Gardner,
Aye.
Jimmy Granberry,
Yes.
Steve Jones,
Aye.
Connie King,
Aye.
Tony Sanders,
Aye.
James Stroud,
Yes.
Kent Woods,
Yes.
Tommy Woods,
Yes.
Hank Wright,
Yes.
Brian McLaren,
Yes.
Kurt Holbert.
Yes.
The ayes have it.
Thank you to that. Motion carried. I'm going to call on Ken Tarkington, our Budget and Procurement Chief, for the financial report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You never looked as good as you do on big screen. I'm reporting through the month of March of 2020. And if you'll follow me in your on your two-page review, financial review, at the top of the page, the boating fund income through March is 98,000 more than projected. The expense to total through March is approximately 44%. On the wildlife side, we're approximately a little over $1 million above the projection. Apparently, folks, now that they are at home, are wanting things to do, so they're hunting and fishing. The expense portion is approximately 54% of the annual allotment through March. At the bottom of the page, the Wetlands Acquisition Fund has 17.7 million balance. And on the second page, the Treasury balances of our investments. You can see the totals out by the side. I would mention that the month of March alone, the valuation increase was 2.68%, which was pretty hefty. The normal state pool investment fund, or SPIF rate, is 1.37%. Are there any questions or comments?
Anyone has any comments, just unmute and I'll let you ask that. I'll give about a 30-second delay here for somebody to speak up if they have a question.
Chairman Holbert,
Commissioner McLaren.
I will say that for the first time in a while, I can actually read these numbers well. I do like this format. Thank you.
I would agree. Anyone else? Thank you, Ken, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're going to go straight into the fisheries management, and we're going to call on Frank Fiss to give us an update on Asian carp.
Right, commissioners, good morning. I'm waiting to get my screen shared. The host has disabled participating screen sharing, so if we could get that enabled, that would be great. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not able to share my screen. The host has got it disabled. So if someone in IT is working on that, I will try. I'll keep trying, but I can't do it right now.
Okay.
Hope everyone's been out fishing. It's been a great spring, a lot of opportunity.
Frank, while we're waiting on that, I've heard a lot of reports. But I'll
Great.
Started. A lot of reports from up around Big Sandy and Paris, and I know 4 years ago or 3, we had a big meeting up there, and the agency and biologists really felt like the crappie would come back, and it definitely appears that happened, and crappie fishermen up there seem to be really happy this year with their catch. I hope you're hearing the same thing.
Yeah, I am. I think everyone's getting a chance to try to see that, the fish are still there, and we're pretty excited about that. So let's see. Can you guys see my arrow as well? Okay. Now I'm wondering, they're still not. All right, so I guess I'm not getting full access to my screen. I guess Richard's going to be moving this forward, so I get it. So this is just an introduction to let you know where we're at with Asian carp is since our last meeting. And if you can advance the next slide, Rich. Thank you. So the good news is we haven't seen any real change in the distribution of Asian carp since January. We still had that one photo report up in Chickamauga of a silver carp. We did have a big head carp caught by a tournament angler on Gunnersville Reservoir, but by and large, the number of Asian carp is understood to be very, very, very low upstream of Wilson Lock. You can see that's on the lower end of the screen here, where Wilson Lock starts, followed by Wheeler, Gunnersville, and Nickajack on up. So we're still only seeing black carp in the lower ends of Tennessee and Cumberland rivers, and of course Asian carp are still very abundant and reproducing readily out in the Mississippi and Ohio rivers. So the good news is we have not seen any major movement of carp. Some of the things we're starting to understand about carp movement through telemetry work is that they tend to move more in the warmer months. So we'll be looking to see what happens in the months to come. Next slide, please. So I want to go over a couple of topics. Really, the only two methods we have to control Asian carp to date still is removal and barriers, and I've got an update on these four topics with respect to each. Basically, we want to go over the HIP program, some experimental work, give you a report on the BAF, and some new work we're doing with TVA. Next slide. So the Asian Carp Harvest Incentive Program, HIP, which started in September of 18, has done very well up to, remember at the December meeting, I said that we were hearing from the commercial contractors, our people that we have contracted with, that they're going to have a hard time maintaining the program because Kentucky has stopped harvesting fish. And then in January, they had their best month ever. So I guess there was some lag in that concern. But as they predicted, the catch of carp has dropped off precipitously since January. And now in March, we've had almost our lowest month to date. We have reached a new benchmark of harvesting 4 million pounds of carp through this program. So the mechanics of this program can work. We need to address some issues to get it back up to where it was in the last 6 months or so. Next slide. One of the ways we want to do that, or have done that in a small way, is we've amended our Asian Carp Harvest Program contract to where instead of us paying 10 cents per pound and it being distributed to the commercial fisherman and the buyer at 7 and 3, now we're giving the buyer essentially 6 cents a pound. That gives them more. The buyers are not able to make a profit in the current market by paying out 7 cents a pound. They needed more money to be able to transport the fish to places and hold the fish for these markets that they're developing. So they made it clear that they couldn't support fishermen without getting cents a pound. So we've amended our contracts to 13 cents a pound, and that happened just last week. We got 2 of the 3 of them approved, and we'll have another one done here shortly. It just as a reminder, the past contract was 10 cents a pound. Another issue we need to address is their ability to get grants for infrastructure to hold more fish and develop more markets. And I just want to have that on your radar, because I may be back in a month or so asking for a budget expansion to do that kind of work. Next slide. Oh, another aspect of removal is some experimental work that's been happening. In February, you might recall the modified unified method was deployed by USGS in Kentucky and the Fish and Wildlife Service in the state of Kentucky, but we had staff that visited, including myself. And what this project was they took a really large embayment and basically cut it up in pieces with block nets and pushed fish from one block netted off area to the next to corral all the fish into one spot. And then they used some mechanized removal methods and some non-mechanized removal methods to try to get these fish out. They did two embayments over the course of 3 weeks, and they had dozens of people working every day and dozens of large vessels involved and equipment. And they yielded about 120,000 pounds of carp, which is not very good on a cost per man hour or cost per dollar investment. Commercial fishermen would do way better than the effort they did, but they did demonstrate that this technique can work, and they're looking at ways to streamline it to where they can do a lot more areas and maybe work in concert with commercial fishermen to harvest at the end and make it financially sound. So that was just one thing that happened, and there's be more of that going on in Kentucky and perhaps in Tennessee at some point. And one of the issues around this is bringing it up well in advance of some regulation setting down the road, is that if we get involved in, say another agency comes to Tennessee to support a carp harvest experimentally, those fish aren't commercially harvested, and we've got some rules in place that would not allow those fish to be sold for food. And I think we need to get to that point where those fish could be used for food so that we could make the process more cost effective in the end. So just to have that in mind. And next slide, please. Along those same lines, there's a commercial seining method where a much smaller crew, maybe 2 boats and 4 people, have got large seines where they've tried this in Kentucky waters. They've done this where they're just basically purse seining carp after they identify where they are. And they handled 62,000 pounds in just a couple days. So this seems to be an even way more effective method than even that highly orchestrated, modified, unified method. But I just bring these 2 methods up in this presentation to say that it seems like there's more interest in trying new gears. And I know the Fisheries Division, I'm sure the Commission has been supportive of allowing new gears, but we got to understand that there's a process to do that. We will certainly allow new gears to be used at first with our staff present to see what it looks like and evaluate it, and then towards the end of maybe changing regulations so that those gears could be used on Tennessee water. But that's, just keep that in mind as we move forward and in the months and years to come. Next slide, please. You might recall back in November, the bioacoustic fish fence was installed at Barkley Lock. This is you can see between the red lines on the screen here, that bubble. Those bubbles are part of the barrier. It also has sound and strobe lights associated with it. This is to deter carp from moving into the lock and moving upstream. That barrier was put in place again in November, and they did collect some data into the early spring, but not a lot of data because, as I mentioned, these fish don't move as much in the winter. They were really counting on their spring evaluation to be really determine how effective the fence was in this first spring window. And wouldn't you know it, the control system up on shore got struck by lightning, taking out the strobe and sound system. So right now it's just a bubble curtain. And on top of that, the fish guidance system people that operate or maintain that structure for the Fish and Wildlife Service are based in the United Kingdom, and they can't get here to fix it. So this project, the spring evaluation of this BAF is not going to happen. They're going to have to extend the entire project, another 6 months to look at it again this fall. It's still warm again next spring, and so on. So we've got a technical delay on the BAF system. None of the data that they've collected would suggest that the system won't work, but it just hasn't been challenged enough to say anything about it one way or another before the lightning strike. So next slide. On a more positive note, we have had some communication with actually a lot with TVA about their determination to develop a programmatic environmental assessment of carp deterrent methods. What this means is the TVA is starting a large process of pre-planning documentation to develop environmental assessments, to look at alternatives. And this is the first step that they would have to do to put a deterrent system or barrier anywhere in the Tennessee Valley. And the working group that works on barriers identifies the Tennessee Valley as a very important place to have carp barriers. From Kentucky Lock is an important place because we still have active reproducing fish right below it, and certainly somewhere upstream on the Tennessee River system. So the TVA is working a lot with Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency, because I'm trying to help get TVA coordinated with all the state and federal agencies that I've been working with to share expertise and data, so that when TVA hires their consultants to prepare this assessment, everyone that is in the know will be working on this. We've got workshops that we're trying to schedule in the months to come. Of course, they've gone to virtual workshops, but we're working through that. The EA will consider all the locks in the valley and all deterrent options. So when they're done this project, they will not have to do it again if they want to add another deterrent somewhere else or change options. They're going to look at everything. The project will identify best alternatives, look at cost estimates, and they're pursuing an aggressive 12-month timeline. They said it could be as much as 18, but they're clearly moving on this based on the email traffic that I'm getting. So this is good news. We got TVA has been a partner all along, but now they're demonstrating their abilities as a partner in the barrier realm. Next slide. So we also are at a place where we're working with the Fish and Wildlife Service and our other partners to figure out how much of the new funding that the Fish and Wildlife Service provided can come to Tennessee for work. They had 14 million. They divvied it up among many basins in the Mississippi Basin, like the Lower Miss got maybe $1 million or 1.3 million. Arkansas Red got $1 million. The Ohio Basin, which we're a part of, got almost around 7 million. So we were a pretty big player in that. And TWRA has requested 1.8 million. Now, 400,000 of that was for the commercial processors to build out that infrastructure for ice storage areas and things like I talked about on that previous slide. But that was denied by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service because they don't want to do that kind of work with these funds, which was disappointing to me, but those are the rules that we're working with. So we do expect to be awarded about 1.4 million out of that pot of money. And that is, and for the first time, we have been able to get the service's attention about our HIP program, and they will provide 600,000 to support next year's HIP program. It won't help us for this fiscal year, but at least we'll have it on the back end, and we'll probably have it going forward. We also got about 440,000 for deterrent preparations. This is basically keeping our telemetry array ready, any sampling we need to do to get TVA's documentation supported, and this work is not only we've been working, but we're going to have to do more work in the Upper Tennessee system. So that's why the numbers jumped up. We're also asking for about 280,000 for to monitor the abundance of carp and their spawning activities. This is just building off of work that we're already doing. We want to get to a point where we can say with some confidence that yes, there are more fish in this reservoir than this reservoir. We're not there yet, but we're working towards that. And for the first time, there's money available for the lower Mississippi River, which is how we were able to get some money, $50,000, to start looking at Reelfoot Lake. As you know, fish do go in there at the spillway. We want to first evaluate how big a problem that is. Is it worth spending millions to eliminate that, or should we just control it with commercial harvest? But as we move forward on that project, we'll be evaluating our options and what we need to do going forward. So that's good news that we're getting. This 1.4 million is roughly 5 times the amount of money we've been getting in a typical year. So we did do well on that bump, and other states in the Tennessee Valley also got a lot of funding. So collectively, we're working on the river pretty well. So next slide, I believe is the last one. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Tell me somebody heard some of that.
I did.
Okay, great.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm going to open it up. We'll open it up for questions. Going to be a little hard not to overrun each other. But does anyone have any questions for Frank? Frank will give it a little bit of time for someone to sign on. If you hear somebody else talking, just try to wait until they're done. So does anyone have any questions for Frank?
I have one, Kurt.
Commissioner Gardner?
Yes, sir. Frank, thanks for the update, and I appreciate all the work that you, as well as Kentucky and the whole TWRA as a whole, are putting into this. And obviously, we're seeing some positive results in the Kentucky Lake area, at least. My question is on the purse seining and the corralling of the carp. Do you have any data on the bycatch? And if you do, share that with us.
I won't call it data, but just witnessing the harvest of a large portion of the 120,000 pounds they took out of the MUMS project, the modified unified. The bycatch is very minimal. We got because they're moving these fish in schools. The other species aren't moving with them. So if all these fish end up in an acre of water and you harvest that acre, you might get bycatch of some fish that were in that acre, but you don't get all the fish that were in the maybe 100 acres. You only get the fish that are local to that area. So bycatch has been extremely low. The only species I saw in any number were a few buffalo. And the other thing is all bycatch, if you're with the way we were doing it the day we were seeing when I was there, the fish were alive and we just put them back in. So it very, very minimal bycatch, but that's the kind of thing that we're going to be looking for with any experimental project that someone proposes. We want to know what they're doing, and that's the main thing. Are they targeting carp well, or is there a lot of bycatch? There's not been bycatch.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else have a question?
Thank you, Chairman Holbert. I do. Frank, if you could comment on the funds that are allocated to study the Reelfoot Lake issue, and then really I'm interested in a timeline to action. After we do the study, when can we put something into action to help that situation?
Well, sure, Commissioner Wright. This is the first year that we've been offered money that could be spent in the region of Reelfoot Lake because it's lower Mississippi River, and that had previously not been funded. So we're a small part of the lower Mississippi, so we just asked for that 50,000 start. We will get an opportunity to request those grants formally in late fall, unless the coronavirus delays that. But typically we get that 50,000 wouldn't be available to us till calendar year 21, I guess. And at that time, what I would like to do is increase our sampling there to understand what impacts, if any, are going on Reelfoot Lake. And some of the ways we know we can't do the typical gill netting that we do in other places on Reelfoot. So we're actually looking at maybe even doing a bow fishing event or of sorts, or a different contract fishery to get people out there targeting the fish, so we understand which species are there and just kind of have a sense for how many are out there. That, you know, 50, if it comes to be that we need a deterrent at the spillway, that will take a lot more money than 50,000. But I want to make sure that it is the right thing to do. To, you know, deterrence can be a barrier, but we can also control that population in Reelfoot Lake potentially through contract fishing if there's not a lot of fish in there. It's just we got to balance how much money we want to spend against the problem. But we're in early days in that. Calendar year 2021 will be our first opportunity to spend those dollars, and those are the kinds of things we're going to do first. We also probably need to get a ramp built down below the dam, or that below the spillway, so that if we ever do any evaluations, we can get out that area of water pretty soon. But it would be, we were probably years out from actually putting any kind of bubble or a sound system there, knowing how these projects develop.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Commissioner Holbert, this is Jimmy Granberry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Granberry.
Frank, is there not any vendor in the United States or even in Tennessee that can fix the barrier in the short term, or is it a warranty issue?
I don't know the details of that. That's a Fish and Wildlife Service project. I'm only reporting out their reports, but I would imagine that it's that company is under contract to support that system for 3 years. I can just imagine that they're not wanting to go off contract, like start over again and contracting someone else to come in to work on that. I mean, the expectation is that they'll be able to come back and get this going again for the fall. But yeah, I guess it's not a simple fix, or they would hopefully have done it by now.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Frank, I've got one question. What was our, I think you said we asked for 1.8 million, but what was our ask compared to other states such as Kentucky, or do you know what they asked for?
Not off the top of my head. They asked for Kentucky. It's a little bit confusing. They asked for more, but they also are working on the Ohio River as well. We asked for a lot more than Mississippi and Alabama for sure. And I guess I would say that we asked for as much as we could handle at this time. You know, one of the things that I've been very concerned about this process in is that we really need millions of dollars at one time to get a barrier going somewhere. And if I could have requested, I don't know, $4 million to put in a bank and hold it until we could spend it on a barrier, I would have. But the fact is that we can't do that. So we've requested all the money that we can put on the ground in the next year and a half, basically. So I feel like we did pretty well. I don't feel like we lost opportunity due to other states' requests in the process. I am concerned about that happening in years to come, and I've voiced that concern with the Fish and Wildlife Service to remind them that we have to have a process to not just split the money 6 ways, but we have to have a way to hold back a bunch of money for a big project. Occasion when we determined, one of the things I thought we were going to have to fund and I would have requested the money for was that programmatic EA. And now, luckily Tennessee Valley Authority is willing to do that on their own dime. So that's great news. That lowered my ask as well.
Okay. This sounds good. I just want to be sure our request was as much as we could possibly handle.
Yeah.
For sure. We need to ask for.
And we have, Commissioner, we have some of that money. This time is the first time we've really put a lot of money into positions. So we'll be looking to do that as well. We're at a capacity now where we're needing people to do more work. We get 5 times the money.
Thank you, Frank, very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, we're going to go into the wildlife management part of the meeting. And at this time, I'm going to call on Commissioner Sanders. I think he's got a few words to say before we get started.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a reminder, this is a preview only. We will not be voting on any of the seasons proposed here until the May meeting. After this meeting, we will also be provided a form for the commissioners to submit ideas, questions, requests to the agency so they can be evaluated before the May meeting. And we do want to hold questions towards the end as we go through this. And since I don't have control of the entire commission like the chairman does, I'm going to turn it back over to him to handle that. And I also don't have an IT guy sitting beside me.
Very true. And I am thankful for that. But I think as the vice chairman of the committee, Commissioner Ripley, I think you've got a few words to say as well.
I agree wholeheartedly with what Tony just suggested. I think we're all going to have a lot of comments, and I think that it particularly given this Zoom meeting, that if we all simply listen and then hold our comments for the end, it makes sense to do it that way.
Thank you, Commissioner Ripley. Okay, without further delay, I'm going to call on our Wildlife and Forestry Chief, Joe Benedict. And Joe, I will let you call on the speakers, as I know you're going to start, and then Chucky will come up after that. So anyway, just go ahead and start.
Got my IT guy here doing something. So I'm here today to share the agency preview, as was mentioned, for the next 2 hunting seasons. But before I share a little bit about the process, and since we're all here as part of this historical commission meeting by video, I wanted to also share a personal first this morning. I don't believe in my career I've ever used the letter Z in a title slide. And today, thanks to our Zoom technology, I've been able to use Z in my presentation. So that's a first for me. So I want to go through the season setting process. We've got some new commissioners, and we probably have some new folks tuning in that are members of the public. I just want to go through the process that the agency goes through to get to this point today. It's nearly a year-long process. We all know that hunting seasons occur in the fall through late December. We collect data, not only harvest data, but also some biological data from animals harvested. We accept public comments. We actually do a push for public comments in January. After the hunting season, folks have ideas fresh on their minds, so we compile those. We have agency meetings throughout March, and this year for sure, we had, just like this meeting, we had a monkey wrench thrown in that, where we did some Zoom meetings, some conference calls, we truncated some meetings, but still we're able to come today with some really good recommendations that are well thought out. So I'm pleased to present these today. Of course, we had the April commission meeting, and as the chairman shared, this is a preview meeting, and we'll have the final recommendations for your vote in May. And after all that's completed, we'll compile the hunting guide and make the changes necessary to share with our hunters. So just want to share briefly, we do welcome comments year round. The email address on the screen there is where folks can send the comments about hunting seasons, wildlife management areas, and other things related to hunting. We do solicit input specifically in January and February with our news releases and our social media push. And then this year, last year actually, we held some public meetings that the commission requested. Since we now do these hunting season settings every 2 years, we held 4 meetings across the state. We had 20 to 30 folks at each meeting. Several of the commissioners were at each of the meetings, and I believe some were at all the meetings. So that was a great way for them to interact and introduce the agency to the stakeholders that were there. You'll see by the numbers that we had a huge following on Facebook throughout those 4 meetings, and we answered a lot of questions. So that was a neat piece that we took advantage of with the Q&A session during the meeting. We also have some new public information that we're going to be reaching out this year with. We've got several different types of surveys we're doing. These are trying information from hunters about their effort and their success, and also their attitudes and opinions about various issues. We've got 2 surveys that are ongoing now, one for small game hunters, which includes migratory birds, and the other for deer hunters. And then shortly we will have a spring turkey hunter survey that folks will begin to see. So those results from those surveys will inform our next season setting process. So what's ahead for today? We've got Chuck Yost will be presenting our big game seasons first. And then I'll go through the wildlife management areas and public hunting areas. And then we've got a couple other proclamations, the National Wildlife Refuge season, and then 2 other ones. And it'll be followed up by Lieutenant Colonel Cape Taylor for boating and law enforcement. He'll be presenting the Manner Means proclamation. And I just want to share, we've got a lot of information here, and at the purview of the chair, we probably take a comfort break in the middle there somewhere at their discretion. And for those of us here in the headquarter building, I think Danette probably has some yummy fruit as she normally does. There may be some warm coffee and some pastries. But here's the thing I'm really most proud of. We just had a new delivery today, this morning. I guess the Ripley Pepper Company provided a COVID-19 safe huge bottle of peppers for us. So if you're close by and you can make it at the break, we'd love to share that with you. So with that, I will turn it over to Chuck Yost, and we're going to shift slides here. I'll look at our IT folks here. So Chuck, if you're there, start sharing, please.
Yes, I'm there now. I'm going to attempt to control things on my end. So here goes that attempt. How are we looking, commissioners?
Looking good.
Thank you. All right, so I think we're set here, and we'll just get going. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. I should say before I begin, this was a monumental effort. It always is, but it was an even greater challenge this time because of the meeting restriction circumstances. But I'm very proud of the product we have to share with you today, and I'm so grateful to our staff that have made this possible. None of this would be possible without their support. I wouldn't stand a chance. So thank you so much for so many different people that help us get ready for today. So with that, for the record, I do have pants on. There was one commissioner that made an accusation earlier, and that's not true. So I should, you guys should be comfortable with that. So moving forward, we're gonna address this by species, and we're gonna start with deer, talk about bear, talk about elk, talk about turkey, and in between, I'll pause for questions as long as that works well for the chairman. So moving into the deer season, each time, by the way, with the species, I'm going to share a harvest result summary, and then I'll talk about some recommendations for each species. But beginning with deer, you should be seeing the statewide reported harvest, and you'll notice there's about 135,000 deer that were reported by hunters this year. And you'll notice that we're down some again, and we have a continual decline going. A lot of factors included in that. Some of the most significant that come to mind are chronic wasting disease in Southwest Tennessee, and some EHD issues or hemorrhagic disease, deaths of deer in various parts of the state, which lead to lower hunter success in the end. So that's a couple of factors involved in there, and then other things too, but I won't go into detail or into too much detail. If you look at this as bucks versus does, you can see here what it looks like over time, at least since 2005. And you have a roughly 56,000 does reported as harvested this past year, and then roughly 80,000 bucks reported as harvested. So you'll notice that pretty significant decline in does over the last 7 years. And those, again, some of the factors I mentioned before, I believe, are the main results of that. So that's what we have for the reported harvest. Now, zoning in or focusing more on the decline in doe harvest, I want to share with you this nice graphic that James Kelly produced for us. And this is showing the decline in doe harvest from 2018 season to the 2019 season. And the more blue an area is, the greater of the decline, and the more red or brownish red an area or a county is, the more it increased through this comparison. So I just wanted to show that this is what our doe decrease or doe harvest decrease looks like across the state, and have you focus in Southwest Tennessee again. I believe most of that is chronic wasting disease related. It's not because the disease is causing the death of these deer. The biggest factor, I believe, is just the new awareness that hunters have of CWD and the fear factor surrounding that, and the changes in hunter behavior that have resulted from CWD being found there. To the south of there, like along the Tennessee River and Wayne County area, that area to the right of Southwest Tennessee that's so blue, there was a hemorrhagic disease event there that we believe was the main cause of that decline. That's the disease that's caused by biting midge. That there's really nothing you can do about it, management wise. It's just a thing that happens, and sometimes it can be a good thing in an overpopulated area. So, but that's the main reason we believe that area has declined. So moving on, it seems there's always a lot of interest in the age structure of the harvest. So I'm going to start with fawns, and I'm going to break this down and do this incrementally. So hopefully it makes sense, because it can be quite complex. So this is the age of bucks that are harvested across the state. We do a lot of work to get this data each year through check stations and such, and proud to present it to you now in such good fashion. So if you look at this, you'll see that the fawn harvest of bucks is about 10%, and it's gradually declining over time. Moving on to yearlings. So this is the 1.5-year-olds. These deer typically spikes 4 points, 6 points. You'll see that the composition of that age of bucks is declining over time. So that continues. Moving on to the next age class, or the older age class, the 2.5-year-olds. These are some of your smaller 7, 8, 9 points typically, but the amount of those in the harvest is increasing a little bit over time. And then moving on to the 3.5-year-olds, this is where you get into some of your really impressive sized antlers on bucks. And that the composition of those in the harvest is increasing or continuing to increase slightly. And then lastly, the oldest age structure that we collect for 4.5-year-olds or older, those are kind of stable. They're a small composition of the overall age structure. However, they are increasing a little bit over time. So that's what that looks like. And moving on to specifically talk about unit CWD, because the recommendations we have for you today regarding deer revolve around unit CWD. So just as a reminder of the results of deer season there, which were an unfortunate result to try to manage the disease the best we can. But here's what we have. So we had an overall harvest that was down 18%, and the buck harvest was down 7%, but more alarming, the doe harvest was down 30%. So we anticipate an increase in the population there next year or after this spring. The August hunt, it did increase, which is a good result. Increased by 75%. However, it was only a difference of 27 deer because there's just not that many deer harvested during the August hunt. But, you know, it did increase, which is good. And the reason it increased is because you all made it so that you could use a muzzleloader during that 3-day hunt. Moving on, another positive result was during the 5-day January private lands only hunt that occurs there. It's 5 days following the end of the second young sportsman season. That increased by 28%. That's a good result. That is due to you guys authorized antler deer to be taken in addition to antlerless, which was a change and resulted in something positive. So that's good. Moving on, some more results from those counties. There were just shy of 1,900 Arnabucks earned there. That's something a lot of folks are interested in. I believe overall Arnabuck worked well. We administered it well. That was the biggest challenge. And lots of folks involved in that did a good job with that. And if you'll remember, a buck is earned by harvesting 2 antlerless deer, submitting those for sampling to us. And so for every one of those bucks earned, there were 2 does or antlerless deer harvested to earn them. So that's a positive result. The next thing is there were 347 harvested antler deer that tested positive for CWD. And I share that with you because those hunters should have been eligible for a replacement buck. And you'll remember replacement bucks are available to hunters that harvest a positive antler deer. So lastly, this is a twist here or a shift from harvest to sampling now, but we were able to sample 74% of the deer harvested from those counties. And that's just an amazing accomplishment. I'm so proud of staff for accomplishing that. That really is phenomenal. And I wasn't sure we were able to do that, and by golly, we were. So that's excellent. So congratulations to staff and to the commission for supporting us and getting that done. So here's what we learned from that sampling. This is prevalence. And by the way, I've kind of baked in a CWD update into this presentation if you haven't noticed. So that was intentional. And getting back to that, this is what we have as far as prevalence. So the blue counties are where it's the worst. We call that the core zone. That includes Hardeman and Fayette counties. And then the buffer counties are those low prevalence counties where we just have a spark or an area of isolated CWD as far as we know, and there's low prevalence there. So these are the prevalences across the board of the positive counties. We have 7 positive counties, with Matters being the worst in Hardeman and Fayette County. And those are alarming high prevalences for CWD. So that's the latest on that, and that's the final outcome from that. So moving on to the recommendations, we are recommending that unit CWD, which as of right now is 8 counties, we're recommending that we expand that to include all positive in all high-risk counties, which would mean 11 counties. So this recommendation, if passed, would add Lauderdale, Crockett, and Gibson to unit CWD, and it would look like you see on your screen. And those are high-risk counties, so those would be added. And we also are recommending that we allow gun, muzzleloader, or archery for all deer hunting segments except for the archery only season. So for the 2021 deer season, it would be gun season whenever it's open, except for archery only. And this is the intent is simple, just to allow hunters to use guns more because they're more effective and hopefully will harvest more deer in this area. So this is what it looks like. And this is a busy, bright visual aid here. But the point is that we're not recommending we change the archery only season, but outside of that, we are recommending the use of centerfire firearms. Moving on, we suggest a change to the Earn a Buck program. Currently, you can only earn 2 Earn a Bucks. We believe that will be a positive change. We're also recommending regarding replacement bucks that if we have an instance in the state where hunters are doing testing on their own and they're using their own process for that, if they want to receive a replacement buck for a deer that they had tested and came back positive, we want them to share those results for us in order to earn that buck. If there are hunters receiving positive results for CWD tests that they're doing on their own, ideally we would have the information. We would learn those results, have access to those, and be able to work with those hunters to get all the information that we need for management. Also, we want to recommend for replacement bucks that we allow harvest in unit CWD or the same county of harvest. Now, you may be scratching your head and asking, why? What does that matter? Well, you remember last year's season that we had some changes in the classification of some counties. However, we didn't change the hunting regulations that year. In case we hit an instance like that again, where a hunter harvests a deer and the commission doesn't take action for a while or decides not to take action to change anything in those counties, this would entitle a hunter who's harvested a positive deer to go ahead and replace that, have a replacement in the same county of harvest in case we don't expand unit CWD. And lastly, the recommendation for unit CWD is to discontinue the mandatory physical check station requirement that we had last year. We did that for 2 weekends. It was good experience. We think we're efficient enough to not require that of hunters. We're going to get the amount of samples that we need through our sampling stations, taxidermists, and processors that are partnering with us so well. So it's just not necessary, we believe, and there won't be a loss if we stop doing that. With that, I'll take any questions you have regarding deer, if that's the will of the chairman.
Okay, Chuck. So the early archery hunt will allow, in the proposal that you've proposed in the CWD zone, would allow the use of a rifle, which would be the only change for that, right?
We are recommending that gun, muzzleloader, and archery be allowed for every segment except for the archery only, that, you know, the one that starts the fourth Saturday in September.
Okay. Commissioner Box.
Thank you, Chuck, for the presentation. Can we get an update or as far as how we're going to implement the SPARK program that was mentioned a few months ago on the CWD targeted areas?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be glad to.
Thank you.
If you guys will recall that about the second week in March, we were successful in developing a targeted removal program, which we were going to well, the plan was to partner with USDA Wildlife Services, and they are the most efficient and the most practiced professionals in wildlife damage management and in wildlife disease management. So they're specialists in that. So we were partnering with them, and wherever we could find willing landowners or landowners that would give us permission and USDA permission in those spark areas or those areas that we knew of isolated chronic wasting disease in those low prevalence counties, we were going to get landowner permission and go harvest additional deer there. So we got that program together about the second week of March, but we only intended to do that through the end of March. So in this case, 2 weeks, because we didn't want to interfere with turkey hunting. So therefore, we got our plan together. We got staff ready. We got our agreements with USDA done, and then we had 2 weeks to go, and we were unsuccessful in recruiting landowners for that during those 2 weeks. So on one hand, you might say that, well, it didn't work out, but I absolutely am thrilled that we got that plan developed as quickly as we could, or that program, and we will be ready to go and have time now to do that landowner recruitment that we need to do. Because when this will happen again will be immediately following deer season, or immediately following this next deer season, assuming that we're able to get some landowners on board. But so that's how that turned out.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wright.
Who'd you call on, Kurt?
You, Commissioner Wright.
That would be me. Just a couple of questions for you, Chuck, and then maybe a few statements. On the limits that we're considering, the earn a buck and all of that, has it ever been considered that perhaps, and I don't think hunters are going to do the work for us. They're showing we don't have enough to do the work, but has it ever been considered that we just don't have a limit in unit CWD, or we don't have a limit at least Fayette and Hardeman County? I'll let you answer that, and we'll come.
Yeah. I mean, we have considered liberalizing the limits even more, and even discussed the potential of no limit, but aren't recommending that at this time.
Respectfully, I think that we haven't done enough, and I know we've been unsuccessful, and COVID-19 played a big part in that, but we've got a number of sparks, 12 to 15. I'm not sure how many. We really haven't successfully treated any of them. It's my opinion that we can't wait until a year from now, or we will in effect hasten the spread of this to other parts of our state and our elk, et cetera. So I'm anxious to get to work on a solution.
Yes, Hank, are you done? Have you got another comment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, thank you.
All right. I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Wright. You know a lot more about scientific things than the rest of well, I won't say the rest of the commission, but I don't want to speak for them, but you do me for sure. And I appreciate your words and your thoughts on this. Commissioner Ripley, I think you had something.
Yes, thank you. Chuck, do you have any ideas as to what we can do to incentivize landowners to participate in our Spark plan? What was the pushback on that this time around?
Yeah, I don't know necessarily about incentivizing them. I think it's what needs to occur is that there just needs to be face-to-face conversations with landowners where we take an ample amount of time to explain the issue and the sense of urgency for participating I can understand the landowner's reluctancy. There's a couple of things there, that some folks just don't want others on their property, and there's another layer of folks being resistant to government help with something like this. So, we need to build trust with those landowners and build those relationships, and I think we'll be able to get some buy-in. And I think that's really the way to get it is sort of recruitment through building relationships and trust with those landowners in those strategic areas.
Is it something that you feel we could do by way of a mail out to them, a publication, something to help them understand better what we're about? I can see where if you're a landowner and somebody comes and says, hey, we want to bring wildlife services in, we want to do this, we want to do that, without maybe a full explanation, do you think some sort of mailing to them would help?
Possibly. That was part of our approach in these initial conversations, was providing that information, not to, not a mail out or anything, but we provided something like you're describing in those interactions. But yeah, I mean, there needs to be a more extensive effort for recruiting landowners, and there's lots of options for that.
All righty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chuck, I've got some more that want to ask questions, but one question I have: do you think I feel like we've seen it some in turkeys, but do you think the tag before you drag will have some influence on the amount of antlerless deer, especially in Unit L? I feel like a lot of antlerless deer, people, the average hunter doesn't maybe understand the importance to us of having that data, and it's not a big deal. If they go out and the limit's 3 deer a day and they kill one, it's not a big deal if they tag it or not. So do you think that'll help with the reporting, especially with antlerless deer?
Well, I think across the board, we're going to see an improvement in reporting, because I just think we have a better system now, and I don't think it's going to necessarily help with the harvest in Unit CWD, but it'll help with reporting, and where that is significant and good is, that increases the quality of our data, and therefore increases our ability to make sound management decisions. So I think it's a win.
Thanks, Chuck. I'm going to call on Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chuck, what is the agency doing as far as statistical modeling? I mean, you've been gathering data for 2 or 3 years. Is there any effort to put that into a model and kind of tell what direction we're going, and in a way that we can tweak portions of the model to see what would happen if we took certain actions?
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner. It's a little bit out of my league. I'm not a modeler. However, I think the majority of the modeling that we've done has been with our surveillance strategy or testing or sampling strategy, which has been impressive and really helpful for our program. And it depends on what your definition of a model is, but another thing that we're doing that one might refer to as modeling is the testing results that we get. We're able to look at those year to year and determine how the disease is changing in prevalence. Like, we know there's a statistically significant increase in prevalence from last deer season to this, or 2 deer seasons ago to this past deer season. in Fayette County. So there's some pretty sophisticated analysis that we're doing, and we'll do that over time. There are some opportunities to do some modeling that we're not currently doing. And so we are doing some, and there's potential to do more. I guess that's where I should leave it.
I mean, it would be interesting if we could take the data that we're gathering and put it into a model that says, okay, if we do nothing, it's kind of like the COVID statistics, and they're trying to flatten the curve. It would have the same principle that, hey, this disease is spreading at this rate, and if we do nothing, this is what's going to happen. But if we take X number of deer out of the population, I mean, if we have something to look at, some impact in the future, it might be easier for us to make some decisions that might be more beneficial, understandable. I'm done.
Yeah, I'll respond to that one more time. Something that James Kelly, our deer program leader, is working on for the future is these low prevalence areas. Is at those sparks, we are able, and I would describe this as modeling. A modeler might tell me I'm wrong, but in those spark areas, we're able to prescribe a harvest for those small areas. And where that is significant is that gives a target harvest for that area that'll help prevent that spread. And if hunters don't meet that goal of harvest, that tells us exactly how many animals need to be taken through targeted removal. So maybe that's an angle of what you're inquiring about, but I think that's some pretty cool work that we'll be privy to in the future.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Granberry.
You hear me all right, Chuck?
We got you now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. I want to echo Commissioner Wright's comment, and I think we can't be passive in attacking these spark areas. Every day makes a difference, and you know, we watched the CWD zone grow exponentially from the very beginning. So I just encourage you and your team to come back with something, you know, in May to have a program. We've got to do something relative to these spark areas, or we're going to have a bigger problem on our hands. And my question is, as it relates to the harvest totals, do the private landowners who don't have a license, how are you calculating their harvest totals? Do they have to tag and drag?
Yes, sir, they do. Yeah, that's a good question. Just even our license exempt holders are obligated or required to tag and drag. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And back to your other thing there. We feel a sense of urgency as well. Up until now, we've limited targeted removal to after deer season through March 31 to try to prevent conflicts with hunters, and then also trying to be sensitive to the timing of year based on the reproductive cycle of white-tailed deer and the optics of us doing targeted removal in a time of year where those optics are less or potentially worse. So anyway, just wanted to share that, but absolutely we can look at doing more, and will. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate
it. Commissioner Ripley, I think you've got one more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chuck, if there is a way Well, if you would think about maybe a way to incentivize more cooperation with this, and I don't know what that could be. Maybe we come in and provide landowners with technical assistance regarding their timber or their or seed or something like that, saplings, whatever they might need to generally improve their property. Just think about that. If there's something we can do that might make it a little more palatable for them to cooperate in dealing with the need we have to come on their land and so forth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, just last comment. Sorry, guys, girls. Two are, one is, I think that our officers really know all the landowners and all the hunters, and that they're a great resource and we should use them. And the second comment I thought I had was, I really think there's always a price for doing the right thing. And I've said that before, but the optics are one thing, but we've got to protect the resource. And so I think the optics, to me personally, are secondary to the resource and the rest of Tennesseans being able to enjoy the resource without CWD for as long as we can.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Okay, I don't have notice that anybody else has got a question. Chuck, if you will, move on to bears. When Chuck gets done, if I accidentally leave somebody else out, when Chuck gets done with everything, we can definitely ask questions about any species we want to. But Chuck, if you will, go ahead and go to bears.
Yes, sir. So moving on to bears, our statewide harvest this past season is 541. You'll see on my graphic there, and that's a decline from 762 of the previous year. But in general, our bear harvest is increasing over time, and in the harvest of 2019, we had 61% male harvest and 39% female, and that's the sex of the bear, male or female. So we have 4 bear hunt zones and then a transitional zone. And if you look here at the graphic, you'll see how that harvest broke down for this past year. And then you can see a 3-year average here to just tell how the 2019 harvest compared to the 3-year average. So you'll notice significantly less harvested in this transitional zone, and that's due to the only bear hunting authorized there is archery only hunting that occurs during the statewide deer archery season or concurrent with. A little bit more information about harvest. You'll see a 3-year average here. This is the methods or how bears are harvested, with the vast majority being hounds. So 81% are harvested using hounds, and then 16% archery, and then just 3%, 3% for rifles. So that's all there is regarding the bear harvest. So moving on to the regulations, and this applies, this recommendation, this is our first recommendation, and this is for bear hunt zone 1. And this is a hound hunt, and it's simply to move 3 days from segment 3 to segment 2. And this is to address the annual road closures on the Cherokee National Forest. This change will help minimize the number of roads that are closed before the bear season ends there. There's no change in the total amount of hunting days due to this recommendation. And also related to the previous recommendation, and also applying to bear hunt zone 1, is that with the 3 additional days from the previous recommendation, with no other changes, this segment 2 would overlap with opening weekend of muzzleloader, and we would like to prevent that to prevent conflicts with those deer hunters. And this is a recommendation, or this one and the previous one are supported by bear hunters in Bear Hunt Zone 1 and by the U.S. Forest Service, and is not anticipated to result in much of an increase in harvest. Our bear program leader, Dan Gibbs, predicts that it only as high as 30 plus bears. So shouldn't lead to a significant increase, and a lot of support for this. And it's just a great recommendation. Glad to be making it today. So moving on, this is Bear Hunt Zone 3, and this also is related to South Cherokee WMA, which falls within Hunt Zone 3. This is where your bear party dog hunts occur there in South Cherokee. So the recommendation is to split segment 1 while still having 9 total hunt days. This too is recommended by the bear hunters and supported by the Forest Service. And the recommendation is aimed at retaining the hunting retaining hunting the traditional opening weekend, and then close for a rest period from Monday to Friday, and then reopen Saturday and run through the following Friday. And this allows party dog hunting on South Cherokee to occur following rest periods, which is something that the bear hunters are excited about and interested in. So I just wanted to make one little aside here that party dog title is always entertaining to me, and it reminds me of some time in college where I was accused of being a party dog. But anyway, with that, any questions?
Commissioner Kent Woods.
Chuck, could you go back to that first screen, please? Showed the fire harvest. Right there. Now, at the bottom, it's showing every other year. Why is that?
It's showing every year on the line. Every year is represented on the line. It's only showing every other year on the bottom because there's only so much space that you could get all this in. It's increments of 2 just to consolidate and save space. So all the data is there.
I see now. And
Good question.
762 down to 541. Is that because of
Yes,
an acre mass or something? Why do you think those numbers fell that much?
We'd have to ask our program leader about that. But I will say that in most cases, the fluctuations in the annual bear harvest revolve solely around food availability. So that would be my suspicion.
Okay, thank you, Chuck.
Commissioner Tommy Woods.
Yes, Chuck, I'm going to be referencing the big game proclamation red line document, page 8, section B. They're allowing 3-day hunts on private land, the Cherokee Bear Reserve, Kettlefoot, and Laurel Fork. There's also a Unicoi County Bear Reserve, and I just had a question why that 3-day hunt on private land was not available in the Unicoi section of the Cherokee Bear Reserve.
That's a good question, Commissioner. I'm not going to be able to provide that today. We'll have to follow up with you after the meeting today to get you that information. Sorry for that.
You'll make a note of that, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's the only question for now.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't have anyone showing up with any more questions on bear right now, Chuck. If you would, just move on to elk.
All right, so moving on to elk, the 2019 elk hunting that occurred, we had 15 quota permits, had a 7-day archery only hunt, a 7-day young sportsman hunt, and then a 7-day gun hunt. So we have 15 total quota, and one of those that hunts that gun hunt is the conservation tag that you all are so familiar with. So I just thought I'd point that out. So that's what we had for hunting season this past time. Those hunters are permitted to hunt on private lands in 5 counties that you see there, Anderson, Campbell, Claiborne, Scott, Morgan counties. But they're also assigned an elk hunt zone in North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area. And these are the elk hunt zones that were available during the 2019 season. So all the area that you see mapped there is North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area. And then, but the areas that are so colorful there, that's the actual elk zones within the management areas. So just point that out. So the results of this past season during the archery only hunt, there were 2 elk taken, and one by the one hunter, the one youth hunter during that young sportsman hunt. You see pictured there. And then 4 were taken by the 7 hunters during that gun hunt. So that's the results of the hunting season. And moving on to the regulation changes or recommendations for elk. I need to start by reminding you of the elk hunt zone. That's the area that you see there. It's a cream color in the south or the northeast portion of the state. And within that cream area or that elk hunt or elk restoration zone lies North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area. So that's the—
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hey, Chuck.
Yes, sir.
We can't hear you hardly at all. You're really muffled. I'm not sure if you can change anything there on your end, but just letting you know. Either internet connection or maybe the microphone. We're having a lot of cutouts, and that's happening on everybody, not just mine. So just want to let you know that if there's anything you can do on your end. So go right ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
But no problem. I guess I should ask you if there's nothing I can do on my end. I don't think, however, if you'd want to break from what I'm presenting and move on, we can come back later and I'll just kind of reboot and see if that helps, but I defer to you.
Hey, Chuck, put your phone on airplane mode.
I'm afraid that I don't believe that would work because I'm relying on the phone for the Wi-Fi.
Hey, Chuck, this is Jason. If you muted your picture, then that might save some bandwidth and the audio would come through clean.
Muted my picture. I'm sorry. I don't know what that means.
Stop video button, bottom left corner.
How about that, Commissioner? Can you hear me okay now?
Maybe a little better, Chuck. Go ahead and let's do it. We'll work through it.
Okay. All right. So moving on, just a reminder of the elk restoration zone and the agency's commitment to manage elk and have abundant elk populations within the elk zone. However, we're also committed to helping prevent the establishment of elk populations outside of the elk zone. So wanted to remind you all of that. And this is a closer look at the elk restoration zone, with North Cumberland again being there and the yellow areas of North Cumberland being the elk hunting zones. So moving on to the first elk recommendation, the recommendation is to allow incidental take by licensed deer hunters in non-restoration counties. So, and you'll look at the map there, those are the actual restoration counties. So this would not occur there. This would occur outside of those counties. So outside of those restoration counties, deer hunters hunting during deer season and properly licensed would be able to take elk incidentally to deer hunting. And the limit for that would be limit of one elk, either sex, per deer season. And then there is a mandatory physical check-in requirement if they were to harvest an elk that way. Another concept that we're developing, this is not a recommendation, so I'm not recommending this today. This is in concept only, but we wanted to let you guys know that we're developing this idea. I think it'd be a good idea, and we'll be talking to you guys in the future about it. And what this would be a private lands quota hunt that's specific to only Campbell and Scott counties. And what it would do would be, it would allow landowners that have properties meeting certain criteria, they could apply to participate in a drawing for quota permits to hunt elk for a short period on their property. And those being drawn would be able to either use the permit themselves or specify another person to be the hunter. And this, as we're thinking about this currently, it would be a bag limit of one elk, and that would be either sex. So just wanted to, this is a preview today, but kind of a preview on this of a concept only idea that we have. So that is it for elk. And I'll just go back to this slide because it is the only recommendation that we have for you to consider or to be officially previewed today for future consideration at the May meeting. So I'll stop there, Commissioner. I hope you heard that.
I did. Thank you, Chuck. The only thing I want to say, and I don't know if any of the others will have questions, but please text me if you do. I want to say that I know we discussed this 2 years ago, the incidental take by deer hunters, and it didn't pass. I just want to thank you for presenting it again. I know that when we introduced elk to the state of Tennessee, that the agency made a promise to Farm Bureau that we would do everything possible to keep our elk in the elk zone and out of the non-restoration counties. And I think this is fulfilling our promise. I was disappointed a couple of years ago, and I feel like when the agency says something, we should stand by what we say. And this was definitely a promise that was made years ago that if it happened, we would take care of these elk. Allowing our licensed deer hunters to do that is an added benefit. I don't expect many. I know we've talked about it. You may have 2 or 3 a year. But I'm glad to see this in the proposal. And I'm going to call on Commissioner Ripley, who has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Take me a second to get myself unmuted here. Chuck, do we know whether our elk herd within the restoration zone is continuing to grow? Is it staying the same? Basically, what is the population dynamic there?
So the current estimate that we have for an elk population is 400 animals. And we believe that's a conservative estimate. We believe there's more. And I'm speaking about the elk restoration zone right now. We believe there's more. There are limitations to surveying on private lands. We just don't have that much access to do the thorough surveys. So, but we do on the wildlife management area. And through those survey efforts in the past, it has over time gradually increased to an estimated 400 animals. But again, we think that's conservative.
Well, is the fact that we're having elk as far away as Pigeon Forge, which we did fairly recently, is that indicative of the fact that the range that we have for them in the elk zone, that they've overtopped their ability to make it there, so they're moving outside of it to find food, et cetera? That wasn't very well put, but you understand what I'm saying? In other words, do we have sufficient habitat within the elk zone to maintain the elk herd that we have? Or are we seeing animals moving incident to that habitat being overstressed?
I'm not the best person to accommodate that question specifically about the habitat. I think it's more appropriate for our program leader to advise the commission on that, either between now and the next commission meeting or at the next commission meeting. So I'm going to defer to him on that question. I will say, hopefully this is helpful, that you know, we do have elk that are leaving the elk restoration zone and are causing some depredation issues or some property damage issues. And then also, you know, some of this is just natural, and there's going to be some natural movement outside of that area. And it's just a thing that's going to occur. And then you've got some elk coming into Tennessee from North Carolina, and some influences between the different populations that exist in Tennessee and North Carolina that are going to lead to some migration. And then food resources could also lead to that. And then if there's great habitats on private land, it's going to result in some elk being tempted and they go there. So other than that, we should probably, or we will come back to you with more information from our elk biologist.
That'd be great. Obviously, part of the reason for my question is, are we at a point where we might be able, or should even, increase the harvest within our elk zone? But yeah, if y'all could get that would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kent Woods.
Yes, Chuck. And you spoke of the North Carolina elk coming across from Chattahoochee and all that. There's several elk in Carp County that's, I'm almost sure they come from North Carolina. Will those bow hunters be allowed to hunt those elk during bow season, deer season?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Chuck, I don't have notice of any more questions, so just move on to turkeys.
All right, so again, a little bit about the harvest before I speak on the recommendations. The 2019 spring harvest is presented here for you. And the take-home message here is that in 2019 season, we harvested just north of 31,000 turkeys in the spring season. And if you look at this reported harvest over time, now I'm presenting the information a little bit different here on this graphic. This is only the harvest on private lands to try to present the most consistent data set we've limited this just to private lands reported harvest. So just keep things as simple as possible. But this gives you a great idea of what's happening over time. And we had a 11% increase from the 2018 season, which turned out to be about a 3% decrease from the 5-year average. But anyway, that's what we had. You know, the harvest is still stable and trending there around 30,000 birds during the spring season annually. And it's helpful to look at how this breaks out per administrative region for TWRA. And this is what that looks like over time. Now, there should be a dot here every year, but the graphic just gets too messy. So I'm going to present it as cleanly as I possibly can. So these are the trend lines for harvest for the past 15 years. And you'll notice region 3 and 4. So that's basically Cookeville East being stable, and then region 1, a slight decline over time, and then region 2, a little bit more significant of a decline in region 2 over the last 15 years. Moving on to hunter success for the spring turkey season. This is always a really telling result, I believe. It shows you that 61% of hunters harvest 1 bird during the spring, and 23% harvest 2, and then only 6% harvest 4, and only 10% harvest 3. Lots of times when we're discussing bag limits, we tend to forget just how few hunters harvest more than 2 birds. So, but this past spring, we had over 19,000 successful hunters, and again, 80+% of them only harvest 2 birds. For the fall harvest, in this past fall harvest, these are the numbers. You see the 2019 figure there at the bottom, and there were only 360 harvested during this past fall season. I should point out, it dropped a lot between 17 and 18, and that's because of the change that was made in the bag limit. In 2017 and the years prior, you could shoot hens and gobblers, or bearded and not bearded, I guess I should say. And then in 2018, that was a season where you could only harvest bearded birds. So there was a significant difference there, and that continued into 2019. So all in all, not a significant harvest, and it's significantly lower with the bearded bird only restriction. Moving on to 2020 season, we've had quite a 2020 season so far, and wanted to share with you some thoughts about that. We saw during the young sportsman hunt that we had a 67% increase from the 5-year average in harvest. And during the first 18 days of the season, there was a 36% increase over the 5-year average. Now, that result is specific to the main turkey hunting or main spring season, not the youth hunt. So the second one is, the biggest impact is that 36% increase in harvest over the 5-year average. So we didn't see that one coming. That's related to folks staying at home and staying outdoors because of the COVID-19 concerns. That's got some people nervous that may have long-term impacts to the turkey populations or the hunter success in the coming years. I'd caution folks not to overthink that and to not get too concerned about that. It's obviously going to have a short-term impact, but I think it's really something. I see it as kind of a turkey hunting revival, and I'm excited about it, and I hope that we have more turkey hunters now because of it, because I'm just excited that folks got that opportunity to get out and were successful. So that's great. But the long-term impacts, I think, will be limited from a population standpoint. Obviously, there's more gobblers this year, which means fewer gobblers next year. But I think long-term, assuming this doesn't continue next year, and it shouldn't be an issue next year, And then assuming that reproductive success is good over the next couple of years, then I don't think it's going to have a long-term impact. So, but next year there may be a little hit to hunter success because so many more were taken this year. But overall, I think it's a positive result. And the only possible thing that might be noticed in the future for a couple of years is seeing less birds for a couple of years. So moving on to the regulation recommendations or recommendations for changes. All of these recommendations apply to the counties that you see highlighted on the map. So you've got a collection of counties, a grouping of counties, I might say, and that are next to or adjacent to the Mississippi River. So I'll probably refer to those as Mississippi River counties. And then you have some southern middle Tennessee counties. Now, we've seen long-term declines in hunting, the number of birds being harvested in the spring season in these counties. So we're bringing you some recommendations today to try to address that and to try to improve the circumstances there as far as turkey numbers, so that numbers can go up and the stakeholders that are passionate about turkeys will see some benefits from this. Now, I just want to say that these recommendations are significant. Generally speaking, we're recommending that in both of these sets of counties that we have a 2-week delay in the spring season. And that's pretty much the gist of the recommendation. There is one additional recommendation for change that we're making to those Mississippi River counties, and that is a reduction in the bag limit to 2 as opposed to 4. So that's what the recommendation looks like, generally speaking. So before I move on to the recommendation, I want to say that reproductive success is what we're concerned about in these counties. We're concerned about the harvest that occurs early in the current season and the impacts it's having on the ability of dominant gobblers and the disruption of mating behavior in a critical breeding time. There's also a lot of researchers that are concerned about excessive gobbler mortality this early during the breeding season, especially in low density areas. And I want to stress that these are low density areas, and they're even lower density in those Mississippi River counties when you compare the two. There is a collection of southeastern biologists, turkey biologists, that are much more experts than I am about turkeys, and they have it's a grouping of 15 states of biologists that get together, and they're referred to the Southeast turkey biologists, but it's actually more states than just the Southeast. But they've recommended that there be a delay in seasons at least until nest initiation. So they've been recommending this for a while now and have formally done that to the Southeastern Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And what they're stressing to us is that when we harvest, turkeys could be as important than how many we harvest. And if we harvest them too early, they could negatively impact that reproductive success, specifically nesting rates and egg fertility. There's been 4 states that have made changes similar to this, and those states are monitoring those efforts. But one advantage that we have in Tennessee is the UT research project that's occurring. So we've got an opportunity that they don't have, that if we make this change, we could actually document and evaluate how well or what kind of difference it makes. So now I want to just acknowledge a few things beyond the biological science of this recommendation. I acknowledge this will be a huge trade-off for the turkey hunters that hunt these counties, and I think it's a little bit unfortunate to have to recommend this due to the loss that those hunters would experience in having to wait 2 additional weeks. But I also know that there's going to have to be a sacrifice to improve the circumstances there in order to make a meaningful difference. And if we just continue to do what we've been doing, we can't expect that positive result to occur. There's also been some conversations about this. There's been a lot of talk or interest in this, and that some folks have gotten the impression that we're just maybe wanting to experiment. And I just wanted to stress that this is not an experiment, and or some might think of it. Some refer to it as a crazy experiment. I just wanted to say that, you know, with the recommendations coming from the researchers and the Southeast experts, and then the other states that are taking these similar steps, and then realizing that this is textbook adaptive management. If we want to manage these populations, this is our recommendation. And we think it will make a meaningful change, and we have the opportunity to monitor it. And then once, you know, we'll be able to truly see the results in this. So there's great reason for it. And we want to be responsible in recommending it and monitoring the impacts. So moving on, so in these counties in West Tennessee and Mississippi River counties, you'd have that 2-week delay, and then you would have the youth hunt would open the week before, and the traditional season or statewide season ending date would remain. And in these Mississippi River counties, we are asking for a reduction to 2 bearded birds for this collection of counties. And the reason we're asking for that, and we aren't in Middle Tennessee, is the circumstances are just more dire. The flooding, the long-term flooding that's been occurring there for almost a decade, it's impacting adult survival, which there's not really concerns about adult survival of turkeys in Middle Tennessee, but there certainly is in the Mississippi River counties. It is really tough for turkeys to make a living in a tree, and that happens a lot there because it's flooded. So you've got a terrestrial species trying to thrive in what can be an aquatic habitat for a number of months. So we wanted to recommend this additional reduction in the form of a 2-bird bag limit. And again, the season delay is to reduce disturbance and removal of gobblers during the critical breeding time. And then the reduced bag limit should improve the annual survival of gobblers so that there's more there to breed the hens and then be available for harvest the next season. So, and the same is true for Middle Tennessee, except for no change in the bag limit. And the same rationale for the two-week season delay, with the additional benefit of having the UT project there to direct the impacts and measure the success of this. And this is a unique opportunity for TWRA. Nobody else in the country has this opportunity, and this is just a good circumstance for us. And then again, no change in the bag limit because there's not concerns about the adult survival. And then even more, maybe even more significantly, or certainly as significant, is with the UT project there in place with 4 out of 5 field seasons finished. If we make a bag limit reduction here or some other change, we won't be able to truly analyze or measure the success of the 2-week delay, which is the primary recommendation for these turkey regulation changes. So anyway, really important. We don't want to hinder the ability to monitor or we don't want to hinder the UT project. All right, so only one last thing here for turkeys, and that is to eliminate the fall season in Lincoln County. I have the results of the fall harvest there for the last 4 years, fairly insignificant. This is a county that, you know, it's part of that collection of southern Middle Tennessee counties that we're recommending the delayed start. And it just didn't make sense to have fall season happening there, considering that we're concerned about the population there. And we know that we've got some reproductive success challenges there. So it was an easy recommendation to take this fall hunting season away from that county, and then none of the counties, either in the Mississippi River grouping or the Southern Middle Tennessee, would have a fall season moving forward. And with that, I'll be glad to entertain any questions.
Okay, Joe. My phone's blowing up, letting me know that people have questions, but I've got a few of my own first. And maybe, and some of this is some direction. Or asking you as the agency to look into some things. The first one would be, we've had many questions by stakeholders and commissioners about the impact of jake harvest on the turkey population and how it might impact the population long term. I would like the agency before the May meeting to look at the possible impact of a jake restriction. And I would like that to include allowing the youth to harvest jakes. I wouldn't want to exclude them, but if you guys could do that, I know there's several commissioners wanting to know the impact on that. So if you could do that before the May meeting, I would really appreciate it. Did you get it?
I could address that at some level today, but if you'd rather wait, that's fine too.
I think I'd rather wait. I think we're going to get, plenty of questions. Unless, if you know it will have a direct impact, you're welcome to go ahead and comment on it.
Okay. Well, I just thought it made sense to be prepared to discuss this, and you'll see that I've shown a graphic there that shows the jake harvest compared to the adult birds over the last 5 years. And Commissioner, can you see that graphic just to be sure?
I can, yes.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to make sure you guys could see it. So anyway,
I don't know if everybody else can. I'm sorry. I'm looking at it on my own screen.
I cannot.
I can't see it either.
It's coming. Everybody just hold on. If you would keep your microphones muted, it's bleeding through, but it's coming up. Just give it just a second.
all right, so everybody should be able to see that now. I just wanted to, a jake rule is something that has happened in a number of states. It doesn't seem to be the right tool to prescribe to address a reproductive success issue, and that's what we have. So we didn't come forward with that recommendation. It wasn't. We didn't have a biological rationale necessarily to recommend it today. It is something that we would say is successful regarding hunter satisfaction, but for it to be what's prescribed to improve the reproductive issues that we have in these counties, we just weren't confident in bringing it forward. So Mississippi and Arkansas have had that, and it has, the hunters do support it, but it has not resulted in the populations improving, but because of that result, those populations continue to decline. We understand, the way I understand this, the folks that are interested in it is that it would not be a restriction on youth, but which I think is good and makes sense to me. I guess one of the other thoughts we had around this is, if we have novice hunters that aren't youth, restricting those hunters from harvesting these birds, is a little uncomfortable. And then in the case where somebody just has, you know, an adult hunter just has a tough season and then they get the opportunity to harvest a jake and haven't had an opportunity to harvest a gobbler was a factor. But overall, if you look at the graphic, the percentage of jakes in the harvest is, you know, runs around 13 to 14%. So knowing that and knowing that statewide, like in 2019, there were, say, 3,500 jakes harvested. You know, if you spread that out statewide, those birds not being harvested, if you spread them out statewide, just didn't see that that's going to have a huge impact to recommend the restriction. So that's all I have on that. Thank you, Commissioner.
I was muted. Let me ask it to you this way. Which one of these scenarios would save more gobblers? Eliminating the fourth bird or not allowing the jakes to be killed?
Well, I'd caution you about saving birds just because the jakes aren't harvested in a season doesn't mean that they're going to survive to the next season. But anyway, just wanted to be sure I stated that. But I will share with you the results that, you know, there were about 1,100 hunters who killed a fourth bird last season. So I guess to go along with your question or the scenario you painted there, it'd be about 1,100 birds compared to the 3,400 from the jake harvest. But you also got to consider, well, who killed a third bird and how many did they kill? If you add the third bird hunters and the fourth bird hunters, that's 3,000 and you're about breaking even with the number of jakes that you see here that were harvested in 2019. So that's
okay.
kind of that's as good a comparison as I can give you. But yeah.
Okay. Also, how many opportunities are there across the state? I know we have bonus birds and bonus bucks for that matter. How many opportunities are there across the state for our hunters to, say, harvest an extra 2 to 4 birds and it not go against their statewide total?
Yeah, I don't have that exact number of turkey quota hunts that are bonus birds. I have that information at my disposal. We can bring it back to you, but the exact number, I don't recall.
Okay. I just, you know, we're concerned about our population and I know many commissioners have long been concerned about bonus animals, both deer and turkey. So I think I think we really need to look at that. In fact, before the May meeting, I'd like the agency to look into removing what it would look like if we removed all bonus animals, whether it be deer or turkey. The turkey limit of 4 is certainly adequate, and we reduced the buck limit a few years ago. So I know we're going to hear in the WMA presentation that about deer that there's going to be areas that there's a need for, you know, a reduction in deer population, but I think we can do that with an earn-a-buck program instead of calling it a bonus buck. But I just don't think we need to be killing bonus turkeys or deer for that matter on areas that don't have CWD with the deer. But I'd just like for the agency to work on that. I know you'll have to talk to some of our partners on U.S. Fish and Wildlife to get a good answer on that. But Chuck, I'd like you to do that. Kind of give us a report what that would entail and how many areas that would affect before the May meeting.
Yes, sir.
I'd also like to say, I know many commissioners have thoughts on opening the season later in just the Fort County area and possibly Mississippi River Zone. But remember, we're going to have about 30 days of public comment. And I would sure like to see what the public comment is on that. And I know we'll have time to look at that during this time. So I'm going to call on, I've got lots of commissioners with questions. So Commissioner Granberry.
Thank you, Commissioner Holbert. I won't really have any questions. You pretty much asked all my questions, but I think if the overarching concern is the turkey population, according to your graphics, Chuck, is declining, I think we need to be consistent across the state in how we look at the harvest, the bag limit, whether it's like Commissioner Holbert talked about, the 4 limit should be a limit for the whole state. Jakes, you're talking about a 3-fold increase in available 2-year-old birds if you don't harvest jakes, as opposed to the 4th bird, which is 1,000. And if you're looking at the 4 southern counties and then the Mississippi River counties, here again, if the overarching concern is to get more gobblers, I think you need to be consistent and consider reducing the bag limit in the 4 southern counties to 2 if you do extend the season, just so we're consistent. But I guess we'll talk about trapping in the trapping section, so I don't really need to bring that up now. Thank you. That's all I had.
Hey, Jimmy, or Commissioner Granberry, it's hard to call, but anyway,
yeah.
Actually now, if you have something to add about trapping that you would like the agency to look at,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just think that, for private landowners, I think the trapping season should be extended if we're trying to grow our turkey population. And, it's a very, you kind of get through deer season and you have about 6 weeks to trap and where you're not disturbing your deer. And I think it would really help with the predators to especially when the turkeys go on nest and you got fawns, that we strongly consider extending the trapping season for at a minimum private landowners.
Thank you, Commissioner Granberry. I'm trying to go in order here. Commissioner Gardner.
Chuck, thank you, Chairman. What is the method you plan to use to monitor the success of this proposal along the Mississippi River counties?
Well, without the UT project going on, it would be our standard metrics, which would be your harvest totals or the reported harvest, and then also the poult surveys that we do annually.
Okay, and then, all right, well, I'll just move on to the next one. I guess I hate to get ahead of you in your presentation, but further on down, there's a slide that talks about hunting outside of the Mississippi River levees that I'll quote the slide as saying never flood. And how does that apply to this proposal?
Commissioner, I have no idea. I have no recollection of that.
That might not be part of
comment.
Yeah, it might not be part of your presentation, but it certainly is in a slide later on in this this thing, and I'll get back to it when that slide is presented, and y'all can address that at that time. But they seem to go against one another, and definitely like you to take a look at it. And then lastly, when you're relying, all your data is coming from hunter reports, correct?
No, sir.
On turkeys.
I guess I'm struggling with what you're asking exactly.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get to where do you define Jake versus Tom when you've got some of those birds that have a 6, 7, 8 inch beard, maybe it's got a 3/4 inch spur on it, it's reported as Tom? Is it a Jake? You know, got a full fan, got a partial, you know, hadn't grown his fan all the way in. Where is the line right there?
Well, all I can do is tell you what I'm aware of in other states, but typically it's based on the beard length and a 6-inch requirement.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. Commissioner Box.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask too, just generally, we're decreasing these limits on the flood zone areas, but let me find my study here. Do you think, and maybe we can, like you said, look at this in the next few weeks, why we would only make these changes in the bag limit these counties when we have on our study, I've got here the brood study, the poult recruitment is down in most of the counties in Tennessee, below 2 poults per hen in Region 1, these last 2 surveys. So just, it's just one of the least just concerned about that, if we can address that before season setting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Chairman Holbert. I think, just to point out, we're all concentrating on the things we can control, and that's harvest. But we have fewer hens and fewer gobblers. So just want to make that point. The second thing is, I would really, Chuck, I'd love to see us consider something for these counties that join the Mississippi River or border the Mississippi River. Probably only 5 or 10% of our counties are in the Mississippi River floodplain, maybe 5. And if we could limit whatever changes we're going to make to help those hunters when 80 or 90% of their ground is not even in the floodplain in these counties, that would sure help, I think, or the optics at least and the acceptance of it. And so I'd love to look at that. I know that's difficult from an enforcement perspective when we have the flood zone closures along the Mississippi River, but everybody's kind of used to those borders and all the hunters kind of know where they are already. So it might be not as hard as we think. And the last thing I'd say is, Chairman Granberry, I really appreciate you bringing up the trapping. I think that extending the regular trapping season and also allowing trapping on into the spring and early summer on private lands to help our turkeys would really help. And lastly, if we limited to 2, just some data, if we limited our harvest to 2 adults, and however we decide to define that's fine. So 2 adults, no jakes. That saves 30% of our birds right there. If we don't do bonus birds, we may get that to 35% of our Tennessee birds, and really realizing that 60% of those, only 60% may survive. But I think our license sales will be the same, and hunters will be happy with that, with those types of steps. So I'd love us to at least consider that between now and May. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright.
Yep.
Commissioner Ripley, do you still have a question?
I do. I was laughing because you were hoping I didn't, but I do. Chuck, we're talking about 3 different methods of potentially improving our population. One is a season delay. The second one is a bag limit reduction. And the third is eliminating a fall hunt. How do you rank those in order of effectiveness? In other words, if you had to choose one of the 3 but could not have all 3, which one would you choose as being the most important and potentially significant change?
I'm not going to answer that exactly how you framed it. So if that's frustrating you just tell me and I'll do exactly as you asked.
Okay.
There's 3 things. The fall season thing for the fall season recommendation for Lincoln County, I think that's a no-brainer. But it's not gonna have a sweeping difference because there's only been, I can't remember the number, it's not right in front of me, but it's like 200 birds over the last 5 years. That's the only difference. And it's only gonna make a difference in that one county. So I just think it's a no-brainer. But getting back more squarely to your question, I think the most biologically sound thing we could do would be a two-week delay for those southern middle Tennessee counties and those Mississippi River counties. That would be the most significant thing we could do to try to improve the reproductive success. But in saying that, I don't want to discount the significance of a bag limit reduction for the Mississippi River counties as well. Because of the flooding issues there's not only a concern about reproductive success, but there's that added concern of adult mortality or a lower adult survival. So that's deep down, that's how I feel about it.
You would put the season delay ahead of the bag limit reduction. For instance, if we cut the bag limit to 2 birds in the spring, you think that would have less value as a management tool than the season delay? Is that correct?
For the southern middle Tennessee counties, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Chuck, I'm gonna throw something out there, and you can agree or disagree. It'd probably be the best way. I don't think it's really come out this way. I know that there's several researchers that would totally agree that they would say that we needed to reduce or postpone the starting date for 2 weeks statewide. And they would also agree with that in other states as well. There is not really any data to back that up yet. It is more of a theory and their thoughts. The opportunity for this agency is really great right now because we have this turkey study going on. So we have an opportunity to be a leader in the Southeast with our turkey study and actually prove that this is true or prove that it is false. If we wait, and I'm not necessarily voicing my support, but I just want to be sure that all the commissioners understand the turkey study. If we wait 2 years and decide to do this, it's going to cost a lot of money to extend the turkey study. And if we do it right now, it's essentially at no extra cost to us. And we can either prove many people right and hopefully do something possibly across the whole Southeast with our study. But could you elaborate on that? And maybe I'm all wrong and you can prove, and you can definitely say that, but go ahead.
Yeah, so my response to that, Commissioner, is that you're correct that we do have a unique opportunity to measure the impacts of a delayed season. And I would not describe it as a theory because you've got some really respectable state wildlife biologists and wildlife researchers who think this could make a meaningful difference. And it's not just some passing thought. It's there's good reasoning here. And now we're not recommending it outside of the areas where we have the concerns about reproductive success. So, I wouldn't go as the agency representative. I'm not going to advocate today for this delayed start statewide. I'm only recommending it for these areas, kind of taking a surgical approach and only applying the surgery or the change in management to the areas where we're concerned. And that is, obviously southern middle Tennessee and the Mississippi River. But you are correct that, you know, in 2 years, the opportunity with the UT project goes away unless we, re-up that somehow.
Right. And I know you say it's not theory that these guys, and they are, I know their names, but I specifically watched the Alabama meeting when one of these guys were asked, is there any data on turkey recruitment resulting from delay? And their answer was no. So is there any data to back this up? Or is it, in my opinion, theory, which we need to prove that's true or not? So that's my question. Is there any data out there? Because I haven't seen any.
There's not empirical evidence that this has been done and made the meaningful difference that we're hoping for. However, it hasn't been studied like that, and the other states that have done it didn't have the opportunity that we have to research the impacts to reproductive success.
Okay. One more I had. Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Chairman. One more thing for you, Chuck. I alluded to some graphics on down in the presentation, and it was concerning the emergency flood closure, not specific to the county. So I apologize for bringing that question up, and so don't worry about that. It was a total. It's all about hunting and Mississippi flood zone, but it's more due to the flood closure plain. So thanks for entertaining my question, and I just wanted to correct that.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, one of my staff said you were absolutely right with the use of theory. So good job. I was wrong.
All right. I don't have any more notice of questions at this time. Chuck, I want to thank you for all your work that you've done on this. I know a lot of time and effort went into this. A lot goes into it when we do this in in-person setting. But I know a lot of extra effort went into this. You've probably got your kids handcuffed somewhere behind you. But in all seriousness, thank you. Thank you for the good presentation. And we look forward to hearing it again in May and all the things you've been asked to go back and report on. I appreciate you doing that. I've got one more question. Commissioner Ripley had to send in a text. So Commissioner Ripley.
I'm sorry to ask this, but I was looking here, Chuck, at the chart that shows the reported spring harvest from 1989 through 2019. So I guess a 30-year period of time. And haven't we had the same opener basically date-wise throughout that entire time, that being early April?
Gosh, Commissioner, I'm not that sharp on the history. I believe that we have had the traditional opener for quite some time, but not everything is the same. I got asked a good question yesterday. Well, it's been 30 years and nothing's what's changed that's happened. Why is this an issue now? And I just want to share with you that I believe what's different now is that we have more turkey hunters that are more effective. We've got better shotguns. We've got better decoys. We're just better turkey hunters. And then you add to that the reproductive success challenges that we're having in two parts of the state. Those are not all the differences, but those are some of the most significant ones.
Well, it would be interesting to me to know, have we been opening our season at the same time in the spring for 30 years, during which we've had an incredible increase in the number of turkeys harvested? In the tens of thousands, the increases. I just don't know, you don't know, but could you check and see, have we been consistently opening this season in the first week of April or thereabouts. I know it fluctuates every year, but it seems to me that's very significant. If that's been the case, why before now have we not been seeing a precipitous drop in the reported spring harvest? But anyway, I'll turn it back to Commissioner Holbert, Chairman Holbert. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ripley. Chuck, I'm not going to ask you to pull it up, but before the May meeting, if you could look at one of your slides, it's the spring harvest from 1990 to 2019. I'm confused by it, and it may be right, and my totals may be wrong. But I had the last 10 years data emailed to me a couple of weeks ago just for my own benefit. But the graph shows us going under 30,000 at least 3 times in the last 10 years. But my totals show us only doing that 1 year. So if you could look at that, that's important to me to know if we've been above 30,000 for 10 years consecutive with only the 1 year of going below. So in fact, it shows last year's number at 28,388. That is not the number we're showing. So if you could look at that and just check those numbers out, because I think that's going to be important to look at in the May meeting.
Yeah, Commissioner, I'll be glad to do that. I suspect that's the difference. I presented it with just private lands, birds, and that's probably the difference. Hey, it feels like I'm signing off here, so I appreciate you saying thank you for the work that I've done, but I didn't do much. My staff, and there's so many people that have helped make this possible, and they deserve the credit, but thank you for that.
Thanks, Chuck. Everybody, we're going to take and these breaks are going to be different than at a meeting. I know we don't come back a lot of times when we're supposed at the exact time, but we're going to take a 5-minute break, and at 11:45, I'm going to open it back up. Thank you. Okay, we're back live. Hopefully everybody got time to get them a bite of something to eat. Maybe we can get Joe on here and finish this thing up pretty quickly. We're going to talk about our WMAs, and of course they're totally separate than the other proclamation. So that's what we'll be doing next. Joe Benedict, on you.
Thank you again, Commissioner Holbert. Okay, I guess I'm unmuted. Thank you, Commissioner Holbert, and I hope folks did enjoy the break. We enjoyed those peppers immensely here in the office. So the next part of the presentation is about the wildlife management areas and public hunting areas and refuges. And again, this is a preview of Proclamation 2004. So just want to start out by reminding folks we have over 100 wildlife management areas throughout the state, which comprise over 1.5 million acres, and these are all open to the public. I know that they've been open for the most part during the COVID shutdown, and I know state parks open today. So our areas have received a lot of use by folks viewing nature in the last couple of weeks. So just want to orient you. We're going to go through these wildlife management area recommendations on a region by region basis. We'll start in West Tennessee in Region 1. You can see the dark green portion of the map at the bottom of the screen. And I want to echo before I actually start into this, well, Chuck's thanks for staff. You know, he and I are up here presenting these, but the amount of work and the number of questions that my staff have answered, both Chuck and I, in the last couple of weeks has just been immense. So putting this information together, answering the hard questions for us, and then getting the details for us, we wouldn't be here today except for our staff. So just want to thank all the guys and gals out there. And I also wanted to say, we're highlighting changes to the proclamation that are fairly significant. There may be a few small housekeeping things that you see. We also will not be presenting every date change. In the proclamation, every date is changed because the calendar date changes, and we're highlighting those changes that would be meaningful. In other words, if you move a hunt from a weekend to a weekend earlier or later, those are the things that we'll be highlighting. So just want to provide those few comments as we start. So in Region 1, we've got 3 wildlife management areas that we'll have some recommendations for. Beach River, Camden Unit, and Wolf River, both of those are Unit 2. They're wetland areas in West Tennessee. And the recommendation that we'll share with you is we'd like to close waterfowl hunting hours at 3 p.m. on those days. This is to allow waterfowl roost opportunities to remain on those areas throughout the season. At Beach River particularly, we've had increased flooding and also frequency and duration of flooding, which increases pressure on those areas because there's more places to hunt. And at Camden and Wolf River, the Unit 1 closure is currently at 3 p.m. And this recommendation would allow the the closure to occur on both those areas, Units 2, and be consistent. Continuing with Region 1, the next recommendation affects Pagoda and John Tully. And this is really just a date correction. Dove season begins on September 1st each year. And if that falls on a school day, it's a bad day to have a youth hunt. So we move the youth hunt to the next Saturday if that's the case. So we'll put generic language in there for that. President's Island in far southwest Tennessee. I think everyone knows about President's Island. It's a fairly popular deer hunting area. I use the word fairly popular in air quotes there. The President's Island proper is on the northern part of the map there. It's about 7,000 acres. The Ensley unit is where the recommendation that we have for you today is, and that's about 900 acres in the southern part there on the map. So unfortunately, we're recommending eliminating the archery hunt Ensley unit, 9-acre portion in the southern part of the management area. There's significant growing safety concerns there. The gate for this property is at the dead end, is at a dead end road. The gate makes the dead end. There's been some drug deals going on. There was a gentleman that drove over there and started shooting an automatic weapon. I believe there's some police chases that have ended there. The Port Authority requires us to have staff on site, which makes sense. And so we're concerned about the safety of our staff. And additionally, this area, as Chuck spoke about earlier with the flooding of the Mississippi River, this area has frequently flooded. It's lowered the deer populations, and we've had a pretty significant decline in hunter success and satisfaction. So we've only killed a few deer in the last 7 or 8 years. So we're recommending dropping this quota and actually the entire hunting on this area. Moving way north to Reelfoot, we heard Frank talk about fishing Reelfoot. This is a little bit of a clerical change. It's not a change to the archery season. It's a clarification of when this change happened. So I'll just read through that. So the archery season is the same as a statewide season, except it becomes archery only from the start of the first segment of the late Reelfoot duck zone waterfowl season. So we're just adding the words Reelfoot duck zone into there to clarify that, because that 2 days of that season is a week or two earlier than the statewide season. And this was actually a change made in 2008 because there was an issue with, I believe someone got shot. So it's kind of a clerical change. The next recommendation is about White Oak Management Area, Wildlife Management Area. This is also a wetland area. We have a quota hunt on this area on Lebanon Pond, and the pond itself is not defined or described in a very succinct way. So this area is a wetland, as I mentioned, and it fluctuates. With all the flooding we've gotten the last number of winters, the area expands and contracts. So we want to just define what the area is for the quota hunt. And so you could see the description there. I'll pause for a minute and then I'll show you a map with some of those landmarks identified. So here's a map of the Lebanon Pond area as we wish to define it. It's got concrete boundaries there, the canals, and some roads. And this will just allow us to provide that quota hunt opportunity for those folks without any encroachment. Also, because White Oak Wildlife Management Area is a wetland, and most of the commissioners know that we've had some issues off of White Oak with flooding on landowner properties, we want to mirror the season on White Oak with the Mississippi River County Wildlife Management Areas. So there's been a flooding there, declining turkey population, and a lot of increased pressure there. So we also want to recommend the 2-week season delay here. We also recommend the youth hunt be the weekend prior to the new opener. So along with the changes that Chuck went through regarding the unit CWD deer season, these areas, WMA's listed on the screen here, will be changed concurrent with those seasons. And you'll notice the far north one, Manus Waterfowl Refuge, that's right on the Gibson and Weakley County line. And this regulation pertains only to that portion that's Gibson County. So these regulations on the screen will have the same regulations for deer as in unit CWD. And I just want to mention on John Tully, there's 2 additional changes. Again, because it's in the CWD unit, we want to remove the antler restrictions and then remove this physical check station location requirement. So that's what we have for Region 1. I guess I'll pause and see if any questions.
Thank you, Joe. I would like to do this by regions. That way we don't have such a wide array to ask questions about. We do have a Region 1 program manager sitting fairly close to me. If anybody's got any questions that Joe can't answer, but does anybody have any questions? I have not got any texts from anybody saying they do. Okay, Joe, go ahead and go to Region 2.
Excellent. So we're going to move east a little bit right here in Middle Tennessee. The first recommendation we have to change is on AEDC, the Arnold Air Force Base. And there's several changes here that I'll go through in a minute. Essentially, these are all increasing opportunity. And we want to move to standardize most of the seasons with our statewide seasons. So a neat opportunity here, we're going to add a second young sportsman hunt. It'll be the hunt in January. And we're going to move both of those to the statewide dates. We also want to open spring and fall turkey season to the statewide dates and bag limits. What that would mean is that spring season would now be open on Monday through Thursday. Currently, it's only open on Friday through Sunday. And then the fall bag limit will change from 3 birds to 1 bearded bird per county. Archery season, we want to make this the same as statewide. Previously, we had specific hunt days. And you see the underlying text there. This would continue through the first Sunday in January. So we know that archery season starts, there's archery only, then there's muzzleloader and archery, then there's gun, muzzleloader, and archery. And what we mean by this regulation is it would be open during archery all the way through the end of gun season. The only time you can gun hunt and muzzleloader hunt is during quota hunts. And so the archery season would be the same as statewide, except closed one day before and then during those quota hunts. Also, previously, the proclamation closed all small game hunting during all big game hunts. And with this change in archery season, we wanted to allow small game hunting during the archery season. It's a fairly popular area to small game hunt and a very large area. So we don't think there'll be too many conflicts if we allow this overlap. Okay, moving on to Bark Camp Barrens on the east side of Region 2 rather. Bark Camp Barrens is our Region 2 quail anchor area, and it's the only anchor area that we have with quail hunting. You might recall that the anchor areas are a wildlife management area where we do some focused quail work. We also work outside of the WMA with adjacent landowners to try to put quail habitat on those properties as well. And we're hoping to bring these populations back kind of in a focused area. This is the only anchor area that allows hunting. And when we established this as an anchor area, we put a self-imposed stipulation on the fact that we'd allow hunting until or as long as we had consistent or increasing spring counts on the area, and also our hunter flush rates were constant. And the both of those numbers have declined, those measures have declined over the last 5 years. So we are recommending closing quail season there. Okay, even back north a little bit to Cheatham Wildlife Management Area. Cheatham has had an older age class deer in the harvest for a very long time. It's a very popular place to go if you want to chase some larger bucks. There was an EHD outbreak in 2007. You'll note the arrow on the graph there. And you'll also note that our participation dropped as well as the harvest as we'd expect. The population's increasing. The big deer are still there, and we'd like to make some changes to try to bring some hunters back as well. So for archery, we're recommending removing the quota. We had 3 quotas before. We're going to combine those into 1 hunt. You see the dates at the bottom. It's about a month-long period there. It'll open with the statewide archery season opener and 1 deer antlered or antlerless and antler restrictions as well. That's not a change from the past. So the young sportsman, I just wanted to share this. It's not a change, but I did want to mention that this was moved last year, or 2 years ago rather, to occur the week before the statewide youth hunt. And this gives folks a chance to bring their youngsters up to Cheatham before the statewide season. On the muzzleloaders hunt, we've added 50 quota permits to bring the total to 450. I think there'll be a few leftovers for local hunters. We know there's a lot of folks that like to hunt there that are local. And so this will be a way to balance the quota permit side of things with allowing locals to hunt there as well if they're unsuccessful. We're recommending that we allow antlerless harvest. That's a new change. And again, the population numbers, we've got some estimates, and the deer are doing pretty well after that 2007 EHD outbreak. You can see the 2 hunt dates there. And again, just a note, the first muzzleloader hunt is the weekend before the statewide muzzleloader open. And the second hunt is the weekend after. So we try to split the opening day. The gun hunt is nearly the same as the muzzleloader hunt. We've added 50 permits. We added antlerless harvest as well. There's 2 hunts here. They're a little bit longer. The muzzleloader hunts for 3 days. I think I failed to mention that. These are actually 8 days and then 7 days. So a little bit longer. And again, the first hunt is prior to the statewide gun opener. I do want to point out, our staff had a pretty neat idea here. The second hunt begins on a Monday, and I think they've heard from some local folks or folks that like to hunt Cheatham who work on the weekends, and they requested a Monday opener. So we put that in here as a recommendation, and that way folks that have to work on the weekends, they can still have kind of an opening day effect, if you will, if the quota hunt starts on Monday. Long Hunter State Park. This is a park just outside of Nashville here, on Percy Priest Lake. They've contacted us, the park, and have asked us to help them with an archery hunt. This is a new hunt. It'll be a couple days into December there. They want to issue 50 quota permits by a handheld drawing in September. There's going to be a mandatory safety meeting, and they're asking that unit L bag limits apply, but the first deer must be antlerless. So it gets back to what Commissioner Holbert was mentioning about kind of an earn a buck. So this could be, I guess we could term this as earn a buck. So it's a new hunt, new opportunity. I think there'll be a lot of interest in this. So similar to the Region 1 CWD unit changes, there's a few changes in Region 2 if the 2-week turkey season delay passes. So these management areas here would be impacted by that 2-week season delay. So Wayne, Lawrence, Giles, and Lincoln County, we have Arnold Hollow, Browntown, Eagle Creek, Flintville Hatchery, Laurel Hill, and Tie Camp. So that's it for Region 2. I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Joe. I'm giving my phone time just to make sure nobody has something. Commissioner Gardner.
Yeah, Joe, what are you basing having leftovers for Cheatham WMA on that quota hunt on?
So what they did is Eric, the manager, and Richard and Russ looked at the number of quota permits we've issued in the past, and then also the number that were issued during the quota. Sometimes there are leftover permits, and so we issued those kind of a first come first served basis, and sometimes there aren't. So they came up with the number, the 50 number, based on that analysis.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how you're going to, how you can estimate that you'll have some left over when you really, it's kind of out of your control, isn't it? Due to the fact that it's a quota and anybody can put in for it.
Right. And maybe I misspoke there. We anticipate having some leftovers. So again, it's based on historical application effort. And certainly that's a good point in the future as folks realize that the population on Cheatham has come back. We could certainly, be maxed out and have more than 450 applicants.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner McLaren.
Yes. First off, there on Cheatham, if the intent is to have 50 available, could you just go ahead and make 50 to be first come, first serve, walk up deal like the way you would handle it if it was a leftover option?
That's something we could consider. We could consider that.
Kind of an over-the-counter type deal, possibly.
It's sort of like that now, Commissioner McLaren, where once the drawing occurs, the license and permitting staff put a notice and a list on the website with the available permits. And it is a first come, first serve. It is computerized. And so no one would have to actually go to the site, go to the Cheatham office. So it's sort of like you're suggesting, but not completely, because that number would fluctuate. Some years we wouldn't have even 400 applicants. And so there would actually be more than 50 that could be, I guess they call them sold, after the quota period was, the quota drawing occurred.
Okay. My second question goes back to extending the archery. I believe it was in AEDC. For the impact on the small game hunters who have typically been hunting. And of course, a lot of small game is hunted with dogs. So being a dog owner and hunt with dogs myself, I don't want people shooting at my dogs. So is that pretty well taken into account, and you got good measures to keep the conflicts between the archery hunters and the small game hunters taken care of?
Yes, sir. I believe so. I actually called Wes and asked him those very questions. We didn't want to have to come back and change the regulation, if there were conflicts. And he was fairly confident that the small game hunters and archery hunters have been there together in the past, and he feels like they'll work together to not have those conflicts.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Granberry.
Hey, Joe, could you go back to the AEDC slide? I was a little bit confused on something you said relative to if you get back to it, I could.
Which slide was it, sir?
One more. It was relative to turkeys.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So with the fall bag limit, if you reduce it to 1, and we talked about this when we were talking about turkeys earlier, is this deemed a bonus bird, or is this part of the overall state limit that we're requesting?
This is a part of the overall limit, and I believe this was just something we missed. The commission, I think before you arrived, changed all bag limits in all counties to a 1 bird limit, and I believe we just missed this when we did that a number of years ago. So
okay,
they're not bonus birds to my knowledge.
So I guess in a broader sense, I guess you need to mirror up the bag limits for turkeys to the overall state bag limit. So
correct.
That way, okay. So if you missed it, okay. That was just confusing to me. And like you said, I wasn't here the last go round. So thank you, Joe.
Good question. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, go ahead and proceed to Region 3.
Got a slow clicker here. All right, moving on to Region 3. I think the number of recommendations get smaller as we go east, so that'll just give you guys a little heads up there. So Region 3, if you look at the red line proclamation that I believe was sent to you a couple of days ago, you'll probably see a lot of red strikeouts in Region 3. And a lot of this has to do with the idea that we would change the generic wording when we could. So this would eliminate the need for us to come to you with date changes. Sometimes we get them wrong. We'll look at the calendar and we'll get it off by 1 day, and it just creates a conflict where we didn't mean to start a hunt on a Sunday, but a Saturday. And a lot of these hunts have standard dates, just like our deer season has a standard opening, our muzzleloader season, and those kind of things. So some of the wording you'll see in the red line is just for this kind of generic thing. We're going to work with other regions to do the same thing on their WMAs in the future, again, to try to get down where we're only making those changes that are essential and reduce our human error in our season setting. So there's an example at the bottom. It's a Catoosa deer hunt. It's 1 9-day hunt beginning the Saturday following the 4th Saturday in September. So those are the kind of wording that we've worked on. I want to thank our legal office, Thomas and Tracy, for making sure we get this right. They're real particular about how we say this so that folks can understand that. Anyone that might read the proclamation. So Cordell Hull Refuge and Wildlife Management Area in the northern part of Region 3 We want to simplify the deer regulations here, provide additional opportunities. We want to first thing is we're going to retain the wheelchair bound hunter only zone on the wildlife management area. There's a place that we set aside for folks in wheelchairs. We're going to retain that. However, we're going to increase their season. We're basically going to let them hunt anytime there's an open season there for deer hunting. So that's an expansion of opportunity, yet retaining, their specific zone where they're allowed to hunt kind of by themselves. And so these seasons would be expanded again, both on the Refuge and the WMA, to expand the same as a statewide, except to note that the Refuge closes on November 15th, as all our refuges do across the state. So these are waterfowl areas. So Edgar Evans State Park, this is a partner that comes to us every couple of years. They have statewide deer seasons on the park proper, but their deer numbers seem to continually go up. And so they've requested an archery hunt in the safety zone. Again, they've had this season in the past, I believe 2 years ago. They issue 100 quota permits on September 9th. And it's similar to the Long Hunter State Park, where the first deer must be an antlerless. So that's the same requirement that happened the last time this hunt was held, I believe 2 years ago. So new opportunity for our hunters. Okay, moving to Looper Mountain Wildlife Management Area. The deer numbers are low there, and the WMAs that are in that area do not have antlerless harvest during that gun season. So we want to discontinue antlerless harvest there during gun season to make it consistent. And then we also have a new opportunity. We've bought some property. It's called Lone Star Unit. We want to add that to the Looper Mountain WMA so that the regulations would be consistent. And this is just a little bit west of Looper Mountain proper. So I'll show you a map of those two here. So Looper Mountain is kind of in the right-hand side there, and Lone Star Unit is to the below and to the left of that in the blue there. And you can see it's about 3,500 acres. It's a new addition there. Pea Ridge Wildlife Management Area. We've got a conflict during our peak deer hunting season, during muzzleloader season, with our youth quail hunt. And so we want to move the quail hunt away from that a couple weeks earlier to occur the last week of archery. And that's been a request from hunters to do that. Prentice Cooper, we seem to be jumping all over the region here, up and down. We want to change. So a couple of years ago, we made some changes to the deer hunts. And again, this is something that we missed at that time. The opening day of fox, raccoon, and opossum season was the night before the opening day of deer season. So we want to move that from the third Friday to the first Friday in October. And this will provide 2 additional weeks of hunting. And again, remove that conflict with our deer hunts. South Cherokee WMA. So Chuck shared some recommendations to changes in the bear hunts based on Dan Gibbs' meetings with the bear hunters. And so these updated dates are just to reflect those changes to the statewide bear season. So I think they've been changed slightly from what occurred in the past, but not too much. So I'll just pause and let you guys take those dates in. All right, moving on to Tellico Lake Wildlife Management Area. This is a little bit of a housekeeping. The first one, whenever we have a unit of a wildlife management area that has the same regulations as the management area overall, we don't need to write those down. And so we're just going to remove the Wares Bend unit information because those seasons are the same as for the WMA proper. So just a little bit of housekeeping there. On the McGee-Carson unit, we have conflicts because we're going to move the bear season dates. The young sportsman deer hunt would then occur at the same time as the new bear dates. And our hunters didn't want that to happen. So we're going to move the young sportsman deer hunt on the McGee-Carson unit from the second weekend in December to the second weekend in November. That way those youngsters can participate in both hunts if they were able to. So UG Refuge, this is, we've got several changes here. You'll notice this WMA, this refuge rather, is a peninsula. It's got an increasing deer herd. We've had really severe damage to the waterfowl crops that we plant there. So we need some additional harvest. We're recommending additional gun hunt days, and also that the first deer must be antlerless. We're not making any changes to the youth hunt. So specifically, we're going to limit some disturbance, because it's a peninsula. When folks get in there with dog training or rabbit hunting, those deer kind of run out of the peninsula there. So we're going to limit the disturbance. We're going to have one scout day before each hunt. Previously, we had a couple, I believe. And again, we want to move the dog training and dog hunting to after the deer hunts. This will eliminate that early hunt, small game hunting in the wetland zone. But we want to just remind folks that the small game hunting goes through the last day of February. So we have a long time after the deer season for the small game hunters to get in there. There's also some changes to archery and muzzleloader hunts. We want to change those to allow guns and increase the bag from 2 deer to 3 deer. And these are antlerless only, again, to try to reduce that population. And again, we're going to require antlerless harvest before antlered on those last 2 gun hunts. And then there's a physical check station requirement that we're going to remove as well. So that's Region 3. I'll pause for any questions.
Commissioner McLaren.
Yes, Joe, had a question about the Cordell Hull WMA and was referencing the wheelchair blinds. And I don't know if this is the right time to discuss that or not, but they came to us 2 or 3 years ago wanting help with rebuilding some of those blinds to make them more accessible to the wheelchair hunters. And I was wondering if that had been taken care of yet or not.
I will have to ask Wally Akins and get back to you on that. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. Yeah.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Chairman. And Joe, on the Edgar Evans hunt, let's say they got an excessive amount of deer. Why are they limiting it to 2 deer? And do you know how many acres they're talking about the safety zone is?
I do not know the answer to that. I know that hunt's happened. I think the hunt is a standard hunt. So I think what we're recommending this time is what we've had in the past based on the recommendation. That's all I can tell you at this point. I could get back to you on that though. I apologize.
When you say their recommendation, who are you referring to?
The state park.
Okay. All right. And so, but you don't know how big the safety zone is in itself?
I do not. We didn't get a map in time for today. We'll have a map for sure at the May meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you. I look forward to getting.
Region 4.
Excellent. All right, we'll start with Chuck's fun. Here we go. We want to increase the bag limit of raccoons from 1 per party to 1 per person. The population is up of raccoons. Hunter participation is down, and we think that this would increase hunter satisfaction based on the comments we've received from those hunters. Also, there's a clerical error there we wanted to correct. We did not have the word bearded in that hunt, so we want to clarify and correct that the spring turkey hunt is 1 bearded turkey per hunt. Cove Creek Wildlife Management Area. We'd like to change the deer seasons and bag limits here to match the North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area, which is right nearby. In this part of the state, we've had 2 EHD outbreaks in the last 5 years. So the population's down a little bit, and the public wants us to do something. They want to see more deer out there, and they're anxious for us to make some changes. So this WMA is located in Campbell County, which also has a large portion of the North Cumberland. So there's not a change in the number of hunt days, but it's a reduction in the antlerless limit. And that antlerless limit is a little complex as far as the number of antlerless deer based on each season there is, but it follows the North Cumberland table. So that'll be a change there for fewer antlerless deer harvested. On Lick Creek Bottoms Wildlife Management Area, it's a beautiful place. If you haven't been there, and if you like waterfowl at all, try to take a trip over there. It's a really neat place. This is a request that came to us from hunters. It's kind of out in the boondocks, and so many of these hunters are driving 30 miles or so to a handheld drawing. The draws occurred every week during the hunting season. Each week would be for one hunt area. They have 2 different hunt areas, and they kind of switch back and forth. So the request from the hunters and our recommendation is to change the drawing to occur every other week, draw both areas on the one drawing night, but then continue to hunt one area each week. So you'd draw basically names for each week, and you could do it in one event instead of 2. And there's also a little bit of an improvement of odds for the attendees, because you can only be drawn for one of those. Okay, Rankin WMA. Again, we're trying to make many of our WMAs consistent among other WMAs. Coyote, we want to allow incidental take during any big game hunt with any legal devices for that hunt, and to not allow dogs. And also, to be consistent, a hunting closure from March 1st through the 4th Friday in August, except for spring turkey and spring squirrel. And that is it for the WMAs.
All right. I don't have any questions showing up. So move on to National Wildlife Refuge.
Yes, sir. So this is a proclamation that we bring to you every year. These are partner properties. We establish hunts for them. The only changes that you'll see in the red line proclamation are calendar date changes, with the exception of one item, and that's the first line there. The Tennessee National Wildlife Refuge, they wanted to clarify the weapons allowed in the first deer hunt. And that would be limited to long or recurve bows and side hammered muzzle loaders with iron sights. So even though there's a lot of red in those proclamations, they're just date changes to adjust for the calendar this year.
Okay. Don't have any questions.
Okay. Moving on to the Mississippi River Floodwater Zone hunting closure. This was a proclamation that was passed in 2016 that happened after a pretty historic flood event of the Mississippi River, and animals, primarily deer and turkeys, were being concentrated on the levees, the high ground. And we saw some videos of people driving by in boats and just seeing huge concentrations, primarily of deer in these areas. And it happened to be hunting season when this was occurred. So there was an emergency proclamation passed, I believe, to close a certain area. And I'll show you a map here in a minute, when the river, the Mississippi River, reached a certain stage. And previously, there were 2 different gauges that would close the area and then reopen it. And the recommendation is to change that and use one gauge for the entire zone, which is the Caruthersville gauge. And the criteria would be when the gauge reaches 34 feet on the way up, it would close, all hunting would close on all lands and wildlife management areas within the zone. And when the river dropped below 30 feet, the zone would reopen. So the change is firstly to use the one gauge at that river level. And secondarily, we want to exclude some areas that historically do not flood. There's a Mississippi River levee there. And there's some portions that we have closed that aren't flooded. So we want to just reopen those. And some public have asked our staff about this, and we concur. So I've got 2 maps to show you. First, this is the pink area there, which has a blue overlay on it, is the current closure. So it's the biggest area you see there with the hash marks. And you see those from the north and south of the state. The area in question is that northeast part. And so I'll walk you through this. So I added a black line in there. That black line is approximately where Highway 78 is. And the area to the east of Highway 78 does not flood when the river floods. So the recommendation to change this, to amend this proclamation, or to amend the closure area, is to allow hunting in that eastern portion where the red arrow points to.
Okay. Go ahead and move on.
Okay, sorry, hit the wrong arrow there. I believe this is the final recommendation that we have. We've had a property since 1974 that the TVA has allowed us to use as a wildlife management area. It's at the Gallatin Steam Plant. That site was recently selected by TVA to use for a 12 million cubic yard landfill from the settlement ponds that are actually on that site. And so the TVA came to us and said, we'd like to not have hunting there because we're going to use all the acreage. So we're going to repeal that WMA. We're recommending repeal of that. And here's just a map of the area.
Okay. Any questions? All right, no questions on that, Joe.
Excellent. I just want to remind the audience and commissioners as well. It's been already said this meeting, we're taking comments from now until the May meeting. I just want to share the email address again at the bottom of the screen here. Please send your thoughts, members of the public, members of the commission, staff. Share your thoughts with us on these proposals that we have, and we look forward to further discussions.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you to all your staff. There's many others that had influence in this. I know director staff worked hard on this. I know that Tracy and Thomas worked very hard making sure that everything that was presented was in the right way and right wording. It takes a long time. I know it does. I'm thankful for each one of you. I would be dismissed if I didn't mention Kirk Miles, your assistant chief. Appreciate what he's done. I know he is facing a battle of his own. I want him to know publicly in my mind, and we appreciate him and what he's done. So, thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
I know we've got Kate Taylor coming on soon, but I'm going to go out of order just for a minute. I need to, because we got some commissioners that are going to have to hop off at 1 p.m. Central, and we don't have to vote on what Kate is bringing up. So I would like to go ahead and discuss with you guys what I mentioned to you in this phone call, and it is has to do with our current committee system, and it would take a change to our bylaws to do this. And for us to discuss this today and vote on it, I'm going to need somebody. It's our own bylaws. We can do as we please, but I need somebody to make a motion to do away with the 5-day notice period.
Motion.
I've got a motion from Kent Woods.
Second.
And second from Commissioner Sanders. So it takes 2/3 of majority to change our bylaws. That's why I need all the commissioners on here. I've talked with Director Carter and got his recommendations or his thoughts on this. He's discussed it with agency staff. They are supportive. The new structure would be, first off, today we would need a motion to do away with the current committee system. The new system would consist of a chair and a vice chair to each. It wouldn't be a committee. It would be a division, if you want to call it a division, or we can work on the wording before our May meeting. But because we obviously need somebody if the chair is not there to handle that part of the meeting. There would be no committee votes on Thursday. It would just be a preview of what we would be voting on on Fridays, which I think is very important that we have that. But I have 8 different areas that I would like to see someone. It doesn't mean that we can't add one later if we see a need, but obviously somebody's going to get a couple of vice chair places, but everybody would have a point of contact. But it would be wildlife, fisheries, boating and law enforcement, budget, retention and recruitment, biodiversity, government relations, and invasive species. There's 2 newer ones on there, biodiversity and invasive species. I feel like CWD and Asian carp are just 2 of the most important things in our state right now, or in our agency that we're dealing with. And I would love to have somebody that kind of handled that. Sure y'all can't guess who I would pick, but anyway, I need to go ahead and vote on that waiver today on the 5-day period, so I forgot to do that. I've got a motion and a second, so I'm going to do that first before we vote on anything else. So, Danette, if you could do a roll call vote, and this vote is only to waive the 5-day period.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Angie Box,
Aye.
Jim Ripley,
Aye.
Dennis Gardner,
Aye.
Jimmy Granberry,
Yes.
Steve Jones,
Aye.
Connie King,
Yes.
Tony Sanders,
Aye.
James Stroud,
Aye.
Kent Woods,
Yes.
Tommy Woods,
Yes.
Hank Wright,
Yes.
Brian McLaren, Kurt Holbert.
Yes.
The ayes have it.
Thank you, Danette. We will have to have 2 standing, make sure I'm not muted. There will have to still be 2 standing committees because they're mandated by statute. One of those is the audit committee, and one of those will be the nominating committee, which is always appointed in January. So those 2 committees will remain. But I'm gonna, before I ask for discussions, I'm gonna ask for a motion to change the bylaws and do away with the current committee system.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion, Danette, I have a motion from Commissioner Ripley and a second from Commissioner Box. I would like to do the discussion the same way. If you could text me if you want to ask a question. That way I can keep order, please. So I'm going to give it a few seconds to come through. Commissioner Granberry?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Would the intent be with the 8 committees, and if you take a total of 13 commissioners, that the 5 new commissioners, the freshmen, might possibly not be a chairman in their first year, but could be in their second year just because of the learning curve. Is that sort of the thought process?
That is definitely the thought process. The way seasons, that is the thought process, but the way season settings are set up, luckily a commissioner will never vote on those his first year. So on the hunting regulations, yes, that's the thought, definitely in the first year, but not the second year.
Well, I support your recommendation then.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. I will present the proposal for a vote on May the 15th when we meet to hire a new director. That way you can see it outlaid like it would be. And that way, if you don't like it or we want to discuss it. But the proposed amendment that we're going to vote on would be a chair and a vice chair, and there would be eight chair and vice chairs. And I'm going to read those off just so you guys know exactly what it'll be. It'll be wildlife, fisheries, boating and law enforcement, budget, R3, which is retention and recruitment, biodiversity, government relations, and invasive species. And if you're currently the chair of one of these, I have no plans of changing that. So there'll be a couple of new people for these that aren't mentioned, but I have no intentions of moving anybody that's already a chairman. You will be staying where you are. All right. I'm going to call on Lieutenant Colonel Cape Taylor.
I think they're trying to get in touch with you, Chairman Holbert, about a vote.
Okay. Yeah. We had a motion and a second to change the bylaws. We never did vote on that before I started discussion. So we'll have to do another raw vote. You're not, want to be sure you know what you're voting on. You're just voting to abolish the current committee system. You're not voting to approve the new one. So anyway, we had a motion from Commissioner Ripley and a second from Box. So Danette, if you could just go ahead and get a real quick vote on that.
Angie Box,
Aye.
Jim Ripley,
Aye.
Dennis Gardner.
Aye.
Jimmy Granberry, Steve Jones,
Aye.
Connie King, Tony Sanders,
Aye.
James Stroud,
Aye.
Kent Woods,
Aye.
Tommy Woods,
Aye.
Hank Wright, Hank Wright, Ron McLaren,
Aye.
Kurt Holbert.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you, Danette. And I want to make sure that it was unanimous because it takes 2/3 vote. So be sure you record it that way, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, Kate, gave you a little extra time. So.
Right. Good afternoon, Commission. I'm going to be presenting a manner and means change. It'll be Proclamation 20-05. It's going to be related to trapping changes. I've been in contact with James Lord during the comment period. He's the president of the Tennessee Fur Harvesters Association and represents over 500 members of that association. And they had some recommendations, and we'll go through those. And I wanted to say, just to kind of pair what Joe was saying about his staff, one of the commissioners earlier today mentioned that wildlife officers being the most familiar with the counties that they're responsible for and the people that are in those counties and those hunters. And the way we do our season setting is the wildlife officers in their districts meet with the managers, wildlife managers there, and have their input, and it's based off of their knowledge of the district, the county, so on. And then they relay that back to Joe's staff and to myself. And we do that. The comments come in with manner and means as well as the wildlife, and we get to see all those. But I just wanted to acknowledge the wildlife officers and the law enforcement staff that work in these districts. Again, James Lord made some comments, and as a result, some of this stuff you're going to see here are changes that Thomas made about the way this proclamation read, and to make it read and flow a little bit freer. But the main thing you're going to see here in the beginning is we changed the word leg hold to foot hold, and that matches the AFWA best management practices in wording. And we just made that wording change. It's the same thing, means the same thing. And also Mr. Lord also suggested we do that change to make that match. So we're going to change the size measurements from ground set traps and water set traps, because there was a new trap that came out of TS 85 that is not rounded, and I'll have a picture of that later. It's not rounded like your typical traps. So if you measured at the widest point, it was actually over 9 inches and made that trap illegal for anything. And you know, it was a good set for beaver, and they're utilizing it for that. But at the same time, these traps were sometimes being used, according to Mr. Lord, and they can laminate those traps, creating a 1/4 inch face on that jaw trap. And we're using those for coyote traps. And these are big enough traps that his take was there's no need to use those. And by the BMP, no need to use a trap that big for coyote or bobcat or anything along those lines. This trap would actually be used for wolf traps. So what we did is we made the water sets exterior jaw measurement of 9 inches, and we changed from measuring this at the widest point to being measured at the hinge of the trap. And I'll have a photograph later to show that type of measurement where you would actually measure that. And still leg hold traps, or I'm sorry, foot hold traps used for ground sets must have an exterior jaw measurement of 7 inches or less measured at the hinge. So you can see the difference. We've gone to 7 inches for ground sets for coyotes, bobcats, fox, etc. And then 9 inches for water sets, which will be set on drowners as well. So the stuff you see there, the 16 inches with a written out word, those are things that have been omitted that Thomas put in there. Next slide, please. So this goes into where we separate those traps. For ground sets, a trapper may use cushion hole laminated jaw traps, offset wide jaw traps, offset laminated traps, wide jaw traps with an exterior measurement of 7 inches, measured at the hinge point with a minimum jaw thickness of 1/4 of an inch. And that 1/4 of an inch is usually the lamination they put on there to extend that surface area. So then we move and go through the ground sets. For a trapper may also use double jaw traps with an exterior jaw measurement of 7 inches, or less of the upper and lower jaws combined with a minimum jaw thickness of 1/4 of an inch. And that is now just for the ground sets on top. And then we introduced a new paragraph, water sets, that they can use the same type of traps. And for water sets, they've got to be 9 inches as measured at the hinge of the trap. So you can see the difference in those two and what we can use for water sets versus ground sets, because we didn't want these really big traps that they would use that TS85 used on ground sets. Next slide. And this was just a change that was suggested because it was in the proclamation that trappers would mark their snares with just their name. And we just added both of these into the same sentence, saying that all traps and snares will be marked with name or TWRE ID number, which TWRE ID number is what it had for regular traps. So we just placed them all together. And if you'll see in the last one there, that is just changing a little bit of wording, just to clean that up a little bit. It has no relevance as far as what the regulations are. Next. And this too is just a cleanup of the way this is worded. There's nothing on there that changes what the actual regulation was. That's just a cleanup that Thomas did and made that read a little bit better. Next. So you'll see here, this is a number 4 cushion hole trap used for ground sets. And you can see that's measured. That's the hinge point, and you can see it's slightly under 7 inches where it's being measured there. And those will be the legal traps that are for ground sets for those species. Next. This is the TS85 trap that I was mentioning. You can see how that's not squared off. And when you measure that from the lower left to the upper right, that exceeded the 9 inches. And if you measure it like I did on the other trap, you saw my measuring tape, it would be measured from hinge to hinge and would measure less than 9 inches at that point. Go ahead. This is a similar trap. It's an MB750. And if you can see, the reason I wanted to put this one in there, that trap has lamination welded on it and has been laminated so that it's legal. That would be legal for water sets, or it would have been legal in the past for ground sets, but with the 9 inches, it would not be. That trap measures nearly 9 inches. So it would not be legal for ground sets any longer, but would be for water sets. Next. And that's all I have for that proclamation. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to entertain those.
Thanks, Kate. We'll give it just a few seconds to see if anybody texts me and let me know they have a question. Okay, I don't have any questions on that proclamation.
Okay, thank you. The next thing I want to discuss is the commission. Last time we met, asked us to bring back some information on nighttime coyote hunting. And I put together a PowerPoint for that as well that he's bringing up right now to go through our thought process we went through and making this recommendation. Next slide. So during our comment period that Joe discussed, when we have the public send in recommendations, we had 53 comments wanting to hunt coyotes at night and or hunt coyotes and predators at night. They were all grouped together, and I put those inside of one grouping just for simplicity. And that was the total number of all those. And also in talking to the Wildlife Division, Joe relayed to me that there was no biological concerns with coyote hunting at night, and he deferred that to the Law Enforcement Division. So next slide. And the law enforcement, boating and law enforcement division, for these reasons, decided not to recommend a night hunting season for coyotes. And our number one reason was for officer safety. And I put together some incidents that happened over the past years, and I'm going to go through those. And there was a U.S. Forest Service officer killed in the state of Georgia in 2010 while working coyote hunting at night. And he was mistaken for game when he was looking through binoculars and was shot from an individual they were hunting from a truck. And I think they were in the bed of the truck when they actually shot, but it did. It was a fatality, killed this officer. And rolling into this, you know, equally as concerning as the safety of the public when they're out hunting. You can see there and read through those. In 2014, there were 3 companions hunting, got separated. One shot the other when he saw the eye's reflection. 2018, 2 hunters hunting coyotes. Shooter, they were set up and had one sitting near the other and shot and couldn't see a fence post with his scope that he was using. I think he was using a thermal in this one, and shot a fence post near the end of his barrel, and the shrapnel went back and hit the hunting partner, injuring him. In 19 in Illinois, also 3 hunters using thermals, shot a coyote, went to look for blood. One got separated and the other 2 saw movement, and it was broken movement through blocked by trees and stuff. They just saw that it was a heat signature and shot, shooting the other hunter. In North Dakota, similar incident hunting coyotes at night. They got separated. A guy came back to the original location and he saw movement and threw his scope and shot him, thinking he was a coyote. In livestock safety, that's an issue that, you know, if you're out hunting at night and see movement and you're on a person's property or an adjacent landowner. This instance, there was a hunter came down and was hunting in Robertson County. He was illegally hunting. He alleged that he thought it was legal to hunt at night. Shot a coyote or shot at a coyote. It ran. He began to scan looking for the coyote and shot a horse when he saw eyes reflecting. So to summarize, we had, out of the discussions I was talking about when we send out for agency recommendations from the field, from our officers and their district meetings, we had no recommendations from any of our 8 districts or any law enforcement supervision that wanted to allow hunting of coyotes at night. And all these cited safety as their greatest concern for the public and for their officers that work under them. There's concern about taking non-target species, fox, bobcat, deer, also persons' pets and other domestic animals that might be in the field. We didn't mention, we talked about livestock, but you know, whatever other goats and farm animals there might be. So that is, that's on the non-target species there. And the one thing that we heard a lot about was hunters can't see homes or vehicles that are not illuminated either by the heat signature of thermal or night vision, especially if it's over a terrain contour of the terrain where it's over a slight rise, and the bullet would rise over that if you're not shooting with a good background. And also, this was brought up, opening a night hunting season would open the season to all private land in the state, to include small properties within urban areas. And people would actually be able to hunt coyotes even on these small properties in or near subdivisions at night with high-powered rifles, possibly. So we've gone over this in the past. Prior to, we've talked about this for several years, but TCA 74-115 in part says that the owner of lands may destroy any wild animals, wild birds, or wild fowl when such wild animals, wild birds, or wild fowl are destroying property upon those lands. So there is a provision for landowners, and this provision has been in place for quite some time. I don't know if it's been widely known from the public, but that provision is in place. And I won't go on and dwell on that, but that provision is in place to allow landowners to take coyotes that are offending. Next, I don't know if there's anything. yes, questions. Okay, that's all I have, commissioners. Thank you. Any questions?
I've got 3 commissioners so far. Commissioner Granberry?
Yeah, can you hear me, Kirk?
Yes.
My question is there any differentiation on any proposal for night hunting as it relates to metropolitan areas? Like if I live in the city, so it would just be all 95 counties. There wouldn't be any differentiation between the counties.
Sir, if that season is open and like this proposed, it would be open at night. It would be open for everywhere, and that would supersede any city ordinances or anything like that. So in other words, if you, just like our deer season now, people will call and ask, can I deer hunt in the city? By our state law, they can deer hunt in the city because there's an open season. And that's the same way we would be for coyotes. You could get into a situation with a city and by their laws, that if it was reckless in the way you were operating and shooting and so on, that you could be charged with something like that. But yes, the season would be open for everywhere in the state once it's open.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McLaren?
Yes, I spent a lot of time around the shooting sports, NRA certified in multiple disciplines to coach. And I enjoy shooting, but I'm also a farmer, and I spend a lot of my days and or nights out on the farm where my cattle are, and it scares me to death. You know, I hear talk of some different scopes and thermals and things like that of how good they are, but you know, can they tell the difference between a coyote and a German Shepherd? Because I mean, even in the daytime, people struggle with that one. So it scares me about the safety, both for my life, my kids' lives, other farmers and people in the rural areas, and that's not even to mention what this could bring on to the folks in the metropolitan areas. Thank you.
To answer that question, I don't think that you could necessarily distinguish. I mean, there are characteristics with a coyote that are different from pets. I mean, the way their gait is, the way they move and things like that. But if you get into the situation like getting into timber or behind grass where the heat signature is not as good, you know, there could be an issue, but I'm no expert on thermals or night vision. I've used both pretty significantly, but I could say it's where there would be problems distinguishing what you were actually looking at. Although when you're looking at something that's in the wide open, it's pretty clear that you can see what you're looking at. So it could be both ways.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ripley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Cape. I think safety in hunting is foremost in everybody's mind, as it should be. Since this issue kind of came up, I've spent a lot of time looking at it and trying to understand it, and I've learned a few things. And what I've learned is that people are hunting coyotes at night now in Tennessee, and they have been for some time. Whether that's legal is a question. If they were confronted while hunting coyotes at this point, in order to be legal, they would have to be controlling depredation. So people are doing it now. Tennessee hunters want to do it. We've had numerous calls and requests, including requests from legislators who have said, we need to address this issue. It's being done in many, many states. Many of those states are contiguous to Tennessee. Georgia, Kentucky, Virginia, Mississippi. These states allow it. They have allowed it. That is night hunting for coyotes. And we asked the executive director to talk to the directors of those states to tell us whether it's been a problem for them, whether they're having livestock shot, whether they're having other hunters shot. And I'll let Director Carter speak to this if he wishes to, but my understanding of what he's been told is they haven't had problems. We've had some discussion here of hunting in urban areas. Well, I guess my question for you, Cape, at this point is if a person who lives in a urban area has a small piece of private property, if that person is having problems with coyotes, that is depredation, can that person shoot those coyotes legally night or day at this point?
Yes, sir, they can.
All right.
And that's a valid point. They can. It's like I said, I don't know how widely known that is. You know, if people are having problems with small game, we let them know that, and just try to have them mediate any dangers there. And that's kind of how we handle it. But yes, they could legally do that without any permits.
And as I understand with small game, there's no need for that person on that small private tract in an urban area to call TWRA to request a permit to deal with the depredation that's caused by coyotes. Is that true?
That is correct. They don't have to, the only time they have to get a permit is for any big game species, not for small game or fur bears.
During the period of time that you talk about, and you've cited that between 2010 and 2019, you've showed us a slide where there have been some accidents. During that period of time, do we know how many total hunting accidents occurred in those areas, excluding night hunting accidents?
No, sir. We don't. We didn't look for that.
Okay.
Specifically, we were looking for nighttime coyote hunting.
I would request before the next meeting, respectfully, that you do that so that we can compare how many people are being hurt during daytime turkey seasons, for instance, shot when someone thinks he's a gobbler, as opposed to hunting accidents at night. How much night hunting of coyotes is now going on in Tennessee?
We really have no idea because the regulation doesn't require they contact us. And that would be handling depredation situations, not hunting. It's illegal to hunt coyotes at night from a sense of the word. I mean, I know that's splitting hairs, but by that law, they're not hunting, they're handling animals which are depredating on their property. So we don't track that because we don't issue permits.
In one of your slides, you talk about an illegal hunter. I guess it's Robertson County. He said he was illegally hunting coyotes. Do we know that he was illegally hunting coyotes, or was he attempting to lawfully correct the depredation that the coyotes were causing him?
No, he was illegally hunting. He was cited and he had to buy a said horse.
I got you. Do we know how many states in the United States permit night hunting of coyotes?
No, and I don't know if this got sent to you. We had Roger Applegate did a rundown from Wildlife Division that had, I want to say, and I may have that up here with me, probably 10 to 12 states, and they're across the board. They're different. The regulations vary from each state, you know, from some allow only shotguns. I believe in Kentucky, they're looking at some of the regulations there, but they allow shotguns. Some allow, you know, just certain small seasons. So it's all over the board, but, you know, I can look at each state and go try to follow up on their regulations, but they're all different as far as how they're written, and some of them allow something similar to what we do. If there's depredation, you can shoot coyotes or get a permit from the wildlife officer to do it. Some require permits, some don't, but we don't know the exact number. Out of 50, is there 35 that allow it? I don't have that information.
Do you know whether it's the majority of states?
I don't know.
Yeah. If you don't care, before the next meeting, could you look into that so
Sure.
that we know how many states total in the United States permit the night hunting of coyotes and other predators?
Yes, sir. I'll do that.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Are there things that can be done, Kate, to mitigate or to reduce the danger of night hunting? For instance, could a hunter be required to wear a chem light, or sometimes referred to as a glow stick, maybe on his front and on his back, so that other hunters in his party can know where he is and see him in a sense? I'm told by someone who hunts regularly in Tennessee at night that does not spook coyotes, that they don't pay any attention to a small chem light. But my question really is this: are there things that we can do as a commission if we decide that this is something we need to do to make it safer? Perhaps to make it the safest state for night hunting in the union. Things like that.
Yes, sir. What I was talking about is that document that Roger put together. There was some states that require that light can be seen from 500 feet. The chem light you're talking about can be seen from 500 feet all around. And so some of those have those regulations on there. And, you know, there are other, like I said, they're all over the board. Some require written permission. Some require, you know, just the landowners get the permit, or whoever's going to go might, in some instances, might have to contact the wildlife officer before they go, which is problematic, I think, to every time somebody's going to go hunt, to have to contact an officer before you go. But yes, there are mitigating ways to do that. You know, and to try to make it as safe as possible. Obviously, we have hunter education programs that are in place now that we already do. And, you know, it's not effective to wear blaze arms because it's in the dark. So the light would be the only thing that you could do. And that would protect other hunters. It doesn't protect landowners from adjacent farms, wildlife officers, or people in their house and in the bed, or, you know, going down the road, or livestock. But yeah, we can do mitigating things that would possibly make it as safe as we possibly could, if that's the direction y'all choose to direct us.
Okay. If you don't mind, before the next meeting, if you would explore what those measures might be so that we might consider those. And,
Yes,
and
sir.
I'll say this finally, and then I'll shut up. I think night hunting is here for coyotes in this state now. I know it is. I know there's great interest in it. There are legislators who are interested in it. I'm thinking it's going to happen, whether it's legislated or it's done by this agency. And it would be my hope that it would be done by this agency, and that it would be put together in such a way that it would be the safest and best system in this country. And that's all I got to say at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Ripley.
Commissioner Kent Woods.
My internet's acting up a little bit, so can you hear me?
Yeah, you look good.
Well, thank you. You too. Hey, Kate, the way I understand it right now, the night hunting under depredation, they are allowed to use a spotlight. And that is what I want to see go away. I want to see, I would like to see us put this in place with the night vision. Anytime you shine a spotlight in a field about anywhere around here at night, you're going to see deer. That's going to tempt some hunters. I would like to see the spotlight taken away. And Brian, to put this towards the cattle deal, I've got a lot of cattle too, and And you know, if you shine a spotlight trying to kill a coyote, I mean, a calf eyes are going to light up just like a coyote. I don't like that either. But I think that we can do this in a safe manner with the cam light and the night vision, and we'll be able to distinguish a coyote from a calf or a cattle or something. And if I'm just speaking for myself, and I would like to think that we've got a lot of safe hunters out there. If I'm going to go on a farm to hunt coyotes, I'm going to make myself familiar with that farm and what's going to be in my background if I set up to shoot coyotes. And I would hope that all the rest of the hunters would do the same. Thank you, Kate. That's all for me.
Yes, sir. One comment. I know if y'all pass a proclamation that allows for this activity, which that proclamation would have to be, that season would be set through the wildlife division side, and then we would have to make several manner and means changes to do that, which we can do. The provision that's in place by 74-115, I think those landowners, even if we change this, would still be able to use a spotlight or anything basically but poison to protect their depredating animals, anything that's depredating on their property. So that might not go away, but we could set it in the proclamation, to restrict that. For
well,
sure.
In the sport part of it, not the depredation, but the sport part of it, we could not allow it.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
That's great.
Okay. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner King, your text just came through. Go ahead and ask your question if I can't answer it, or we'll get Kate back up.
Well, it's kind of a comment as well as a question. I guess I'm confused as to what the purpose of the night hunting would be. Is it to open opportunities for hunters, or is it control coyotes in the state? Because if it's just control the depredation, it seems those policies are already in place. But I guess the one question was, if I have a farm, which we do, we wanted to hunt at night, we could, then can you have other people with you? If so, is there a limit on how many people you can have hunting? Shooting, helping you control the coyotes on your property?
Yeah, according to our general counsel, that question's been asked, and she has said that by her interpretation that a landowner that couldn't get out there to do it or didn't have the ability to do that, there could be other people go in their place. And my suggestion's always been, if a landowner's having issues, to contact the local officer, and they'll talk about trapping and things you could do. But I know that our officers have the discretion to allow that if a landowner can't do that.
But the landowner could go and have other people with him or her.
They wouldn't necessarily have to go if they said, if you got a landowner that's maybe having somebody farm their property, but he owns it, but he's not farming it, and you got a farmer that's on that property, he could do that and send somebody else out there to protect their cattle or stock, as it may be.
Well, Commissioner Ripley, you say you think this is going to happen in Tennessee, or people want it to, but because they want other hunting opportunities, or they think we need it to control the coyote?
No, I think, Commissioner, that it is primarily because they want hunting opportunities. Now, there may be incidental benefits to it, controlling coyote populations, which in turn may help our turkey populations, our deer populations, other small game. But no, what we're talking about is happening in Tennessee. And
right.
I'm sorry?
Sorry. I said that's what it seemed to. That's why I didn't understand why we needed to make changes if it's already occurring, and you have hunters or shooters have the ability to get out and shoot coyote at night.
All they have to say is that they're doing it because of depredation. Do they have to prove that a coyote killed a fawn on their property? No, no, they're not put to that test. They just say, well, we're dealing with depredation of coyotes. It's happening and it's coming, and there are legislators that are going to put themselves in our place, I'm afraid. Not that their regulations wouldn't be wise and so forth, but I think it falls to us to try to get out in front of this and to make it as safe as we possibly can. And I certainly don't want anyone to think, and Cape, I appreciate very, very much your concern for your men. You've got their back. Your concerns about safety, I understand all of that, and I don't want to come across as being adversarial to you in any way, because I'm not. But I do want to know why this is allowed to happen in other states, and why these other states tell us they're not having a problem with it. So anyway, Connie, I hope I answered your question.
Kate, is Joe Benedict still in the room?
He is. And
Did
there,
you-
by the way, Commissioner Ripley, there's no adversarial thoughts there at all. It's all business.
Thank you, Kate. I'd like to call on Joe Benedict to come up and answer it. Commissioner King asked a question. I think you can answer this. It's definitely more on the wildlife side, but will this have an effect on the population? Or what's your thoughts on that?
That's a great question. We don't really know the extent of coyote hunting or shooting that's going on with the depredation permits for sure, but we do know that based on the biology of coyotes, they have a increased fecundity or reproductive output. When those populations are driven down, their biology, the female will have a larger litter size when their populations are down. So it's just a natural part of their life cycle. So this should not have any impact on coyotes, at the population level across the state. There's no concern there from our side.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I'm gonna move on from this. Thank you, Kate, and thank you, commissioners, for all your participation. I do want to, before I forget at the end, I want to be sure I thank Mark Riding's IT crew and Don King's multimedia crew. They've done an excellent job putting this together. I think everybody got on. And no trouble whatsoever. It's my understanding from people watching it that it's all going good. And I just want to say I appreciate their crew for what they've done. Director Carter, I'd like to call on you for some closing comments.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would guess I would just start out by saying thanks again to everybody, all those that you just thanked, and to the commission too. This whole process of season setting in a normal time is a very difficult thing and takes a lot of time and energy. And this year, obviously, it's taking even a greater amount of effort to put things together. Meetings that we'd ordinarily have face-to-face have been very similar to what we're doing today. So it's added an extra wrinkle in it, but I couldn't be more pleased with how the product has come forward. And I know that the public couldn't participate in this meeting, but as you say, hopefully by May, they'll be able to. And we'll certainly welcome any comments that they have, as Joe pointed out earlier. I also wanted to just kind of put it off to the side of all of this. I want to thank our folks during the shutdown period, I would call it, or the restricted movement period, how they've kept the business side of the things going in the agency. Our boat registrations, our licenses are still on a short turnaround period. We're getting our bills paid. All those things are still functioning. And we also have the people on the wildlife management areas and the fish hatcheries, all that things, nothing has stopped and everybody's going forward. Again, kind of a yeoman's effort of putting everybody in that situation where they perform so well. And thanks to the commission too, in that our lands and waters and access area on and on have been kept open during this shutdown period. And I think the state of Tennessee has been recognized for that. And I appreciate the governor's view on what outdoor activities mean. So I would just say thanks for that again. And hopefully the next time this comes around, we can all be together. And I hope everybody stays well. But I think the commission and the agency has done a very good job of putting together this program today to keep things going in a very unusual time. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Carter. Not looking good with your long hair. Just want you to know, is that the retirement look? We're going to see you with some long hair.
Not as soon as I can see it, barber, but they're closed down too.
Oh, me and Colonel Ryder are going to have to shave our beards too. They're taking up the whole screen when he was talking. So anyway, I would like to say we're used to having a Monday morning conference call. I think since we met today, if everybody's good with it, we'll skip Monday and we'll go back on May the 4th to our regular Monday morning, just a conference call, informational call. I know lots of things are going to be changing next week with the state, and that'll, in our offices, I'm sure decisions of whether to open back up and how to do that. And Director Carter, hats off to you for managing this agency during this time. I know you've had a lot of decisions to make that's affected a whole lot of people and a whole lot of families, and I'm proud of you and very thankful that our TWRA family has remained healthy. But thanks to you for the job you've done. I know it's been heavy on your shoulders. I've talked to you more in the last 4 weeks than I probably have the last 5 years. Sometimes many different times a day, but I want to publicly thank you and for the job you've done.
Needless to say, it's everybody combined to go forward on that, but we all appreciate your kind comments and the extra time that you put in on this personally.
All right. I don't have anything else. I don't have any text from anybody with saying they've got any questions. We will meet on May the 8th in executive session for interviews for our next executive director. And then again on the 15th, hopefully in person, to do those interviews. But thank you all for joining and have a safe rest of the day.